Cadia was dying beneath a sky crowded with the wreckage of empires. Warships burned in the upper atmosphere like falling constellations, their kilometre-long hulls splitting apart as reactor cores ruptured and magazine decks cooked off in chains of white fire. Fragments of cruisers came down through the poisoned cloud layer, trailing incandescent metal, striking the plains with enough force to excavate craters where regiments had stood moments before. Cadian defense lasers answered from fortress complexes buried beneath mountains of ferrocrete, stabbing upward in pillars of hard blue radiance that punched through traitor landers and gutted descending escorts from prow to stern. One heretic Astartes strike cruiser died above the western continent, its engines severed from the rest of the vessel by a lance beam, and the burning remains rolled through the atmosphere before disintegrating into a rain of armor plate, corpses, and molten adamantium. Beneath that storm, the ground war stretched farther than any mortal eye could follow. Basilisk batteries thundered until their barrels glowed. Traitor artillery answered with shells blessed in blood and daubed with the 8-pointed star. Entire trench lines ceased to exist beneath the bombardment. Men vanished by the thousands, smashed into fragments so small that the next wave of infantry charged across Earth turned pink and greasy with what remained of the previous one. Leman Russ squadrons advanced through smoke in armoured wedges, only for orbital fire to walk across them in descending suns, flipping 60-ton battle tanks onto their backs and spilling burning crewmen from torn hatches. And through all of it, the pylons stood untouched. Black monoliths rose from the wounded plains in silent defiance of the slaughter, their surfaces unmarred by weather, artillery, or age. The humans had built citadels around some of them, roads beside others, shrines near a few, all without comprehending that these structures had existed when mankind's ancestors were still vermin scratching through primordial darkness. High above the fortress world, hidden behind veils of inertial distortion and dimensional baffling, the Lord of Antiquity watched the massacre. Trazyn the Infinite stood before a curved wall of living metal upon which Cadia's death unfolded in 1,000 simultaneous images. His skeletal frame remained perfectly still, both hands resting upon the haft of the empathic obliterator, while green ocular fires reflected orbital detonations rendered across the display. To a human commander, the casualty columns would have represented catastrophe. To Trazyn, they represented attrition of available historical material. Regiments with service records stretching across centuries were being erased in afternoons. Battle standards consecrated on worlds that no longer existed were burning in trenches. Officers carrying hereditary war gear from the Gothic War were being turned into vapor by weapons whose gunners would never know what they had destroyed. It was, in the strictest sense, vandalism. That the Vandals were murdering one another in industrial quantities only made the offence more comprehensive. Yet Cadia itself was secondary. The widening pressure of the Immaterium against the region had become unmistakable even to senses that did not perceive the warp as psychers did. Ancient mechanisms embedded throughout the world were being forced toward failure. If the barrier broke, the consequences would spread far beyond one crude human empire. Systems would drown in unreality. Civilizations would disappear. Archaeological sites would be corrupted beyond recovery. Entire epochs could be rendered inaccessible. Trazyn had spent too long preserving the galaxy to tolerate such carelessness. A cryptek attendant stood several paces behind him, its cranial crest alive with crawling sigils. Information passed between them as pulses of noospheric light. The human defensive network has lost another major fortress cluster. Estimated mortal casualties within the southern theatre now exceed several million. Trazyn tilted his head. Mortal. The cryptech paused. Human, Lord. Then say human. Mortality is hardly a useful taxonomic distinction in this conflict. Most of the participants are proving exceptionally mortal. The cryptech's optics dimmed a fraction, the Necron equivalent of withdrawing into silence. Trazyn enlarged an image of a shattered Cadian command position where corpses lay 3 deep around a broken regimental standard. The fabric was scorched, but recognizable. That banner, identify it. Streams of glyphs moved across the display. A standard belonging to a Cadian armoured formation. Provenance incomplete. Incomplete is not the same as uninteresting. Mark it for recovery if the bearer has not allowed some tank to drive across it. The cryptech obeyed. The regiment itself is believed destroyed. Even better, extinct formations are easier to catalogue. There are fewer competing claims of ownership. Below them, another defense laser reached into orbit and tore the bow from a Black Legion transport. Trazyn watched hundreds of armoured figures and mortal crew spill into vacuum. Wasteful creatures, he murmured. They reduce every significant historical event to wreckage and then congratulate themselves for having participated. The Lord of Antiquity moved closer to Cadia under concealment, while Trazyn assembled only what the task required. He had no intention of imitating the humans and their traitorous cousins by throwing armies at terrain simply because armies were available. Immortals formed the core of his surface force, their heavy frames carrying Gauss blasters with the solemnity of executioners bearing ritual instruments. Lichguard accompanied him in a close phalanx. War scythes and dispersion shields held motionless as their command protocols aligned themselves to his position. Canoptech scarabs swarmed across the deck in metallic tides, each machine little larger than a human skull, yet capable of dismantling matter with terrifying efficiency. Deathmarks did not stand with the formation at all. Their minds waited within hyperspatial oubliettes, removed from the vulgar limitations of ordinary distance until a target warranted their attention. Trazyn included warriors as expendable depth, but in numbers modest enough to offend any imperial general. He was not here to conquer Cadia. He required corridors secured, pylon interfaces examined, hostile reconnaissance removed, and specimens of sufficient historical value recovered before the armies above reduced everything to ash. When the dimensional transit engaged, there was no roar of engines or theatrical rupture of the heavens. Trazyn and his escort simply ceased to occupy one place and began occupying another. They arrived amid the ruins of an imperial redoubt, whose defenders had been dead for less than an hour. Smoke rolled between fractured bunkers. A chimera burned beside a collapsed communications mast, its rear ramp open and its interior blackened by fire. Bodies filled the firing steps, most wearing Cadian pattern flak armor. Some had died to bolter impacts that had entered as fist-sized wounds and detonated inside them, bursting torsos apart and spraying the bunker walls with ribs, lung tissue, and shredded webbing. One corpse still clutched a laser gun with both hands, although everything above the jaw had disappeared. The Necrons walked among them without acknowledgement. Scarabs scattered immediately, vanishing into cracks around the nearest pylon and slipping beneath slabs of ferrocrete no living engineer could have moved. Trazyn approached the monolith itself. Its black surface consumed the reflected glow of burning vehicles. Human graffiti had been scratched into a nearby retaining wall, devotional words invoking their corpse-bound emperor and promising that Cadia would stand. Trazyn regarded it for several seconds. Optimistic, he said. The cryptech examined the phrase. Do you wish it preserved? Certainly not. There are standards. A warning glyph ignited in Trazyn's vision. His immortals turned as one before the approaching enemy emerged from the smoke. The traitor reconnaissance force had expected survivors of the shattered Cadian position. What came through the haze instead was a mixture of mortal heretics and black-armored legionaries, advancing behind the hulls of 2 light transports scarred by old battle damage. Their icons bore the Eye of Horus. The mortals came first, rifles and autoguns raised, faces hidden beneath rebreathers, trophy bones and strips of parchment covered in blasphemous script. One saw the Necrons and hesitated long enough for the man behind him to collide with his back. Then someone screamed that the dead had risen, and the entire column opened fire. Autogun rounds sparked against necrodermis. Bolter shells detonated across the immortals, throwing one backward with half its ribbed torso missing. Trazyn did not move. Return fire! Green light filled the ruins. Gauss blasters spoke with their thin, malignant crack, and the front rank of mortals came apart. The first man lost his weapon before he lost his hands, metal and flesh simultaneously unraveling into streams of glowing particulate matter. His fingers became bones, the bones became dust, and the effect raced along his arms faster than his scream could end. Another was struck through the chest. Flak armor peeled away in translucent layers, followed by skin, muscle, and the glistening cage of his ribs. His heart hung exposed for a fraction of a second, convulsing in empty air, before it too dissolved and the hollowed remnants of his spine collapsed in the mud. A third tried to turn away. The gorse beam caught him across the back and stripped him from shoulder blades to pelvis. He fell in 2 motions, first as a living man, and then as a red skeleton, whose remaining flesh sloughed from the bones before he struck the ground. The Chaos Space Marines came through their dying auxiliaries without slowing. Bolters hammered in disciplined bursts. One immortal lost its head in a mass-reactive detonation. Another had an arm blown away at the elbow. A legionary charged with a chain blade snarling in his fist, black plate edged in tarnished gold and marked with devotional scars. He struck a warrior hard enough to open its chest and cast the damaged Necron across the trench. The traitor turned toward the next target, and behind him, the corpse began moving. Severed cables crept through the mud like metallic worms. Plates of necrodermis softened into liquid silver and flowed back toward the wound. The warrior's broken arm twitched, found leverage, and dragged its body upright while the legionary's helm was still tracking another foe. He heard the movement, spun, and fired. Too late. The gorse flare came up and discharged into his abdomen. Black ceramite vanished beneath the beam. The weapon stripped through armor, fused undersuit and transhuman flesh, excavating his torso layer by layer until his enhanced organs showed through a widening cavity. One of his hearts burst. His secondary heart continued beating for several seconds inside a body that no longer possessed enough abdomen to support it. He fell to his knees, roaring through his Vox grill, and the warrior shot him through the skull. The engagement lasted less than 3 minutes. The mortals broke first, fleeing through the smoke only to find death marks materializing along their escape route in folds of emerald distortion. Synaptic disintegrators cracked. Men dropped without visible wounds, their nervous systems murdered from within. The surviving legionaries attempted a fighting withdrawal and discovered that Trazyn had already closed the route behind them with Lich Guard. War scythes passed through ceramite with shearing flashes of emerald power. One traitor lost both legs above the knees and continued firing from the ground until a Lich Guard split him from collarbone to groin. Another drove a combat blade into a Necron's neck and found himself lifted from the earth by a hand around his throat. Trazyn observed it all with the detached concentration of an archivist checking inventory. Ammunition expenditure was acceptable. Damage to the immortals was reparable. 3 warriors had phased away after catastrophic structural failure. 2 Lich Guard displayed superficial scoring. The enemy had provided useful confirmation that the Black Legion had begun probing the pylon approaches. One of the traitor officers remained alive. He lay against the broken chimera, one leg missing below the thigh, and his intestines spilling through a bolter-torn rupture in his abdomen. He was an Astartes, though younger than the veterans who had accompanied him, and the wound should have killed a mortal several times over. His physiology refused the mercy. Blood clotted around the stump. His remaining heart hammered. He dragged a bolt pistol upward as Trazyn approached. "Xenos," he rasped. "Come closer." Trazyn looked down at him. "I am already closer." The pistol fired. Trazyn moved his head aside with contemptuous economy, and the bolt passed over one shoulder. Before the traitor could fire again, a stasis projector unfolded from Trazyn's palm. The field enclosed the wounded warrior at the instant his mouth opened for another curse. Time ceased around. Him. Blood that had sprayed from the severed artery became a necklace of crimson spheres suspended above the mud. A loop of intestine hung outside the ruined armor, eternally caught in the act of slipping farther free. The warrior's remaining eye was wide with hatred and pain that would not diminish because, for him, no measurable instant would pass. The cryptech regarded the frozen figure. Interrogation specimen. Initially, Trazyn leaned closer to inspect the Eye of Horus cut into the warrior's breastplate, possibly display material thereafter. The armor is mediocre, but battlefield context improves value. He will experience no passage of time. Precisely. A considerable improvement over his current circumstances. I am astonished by my own generosity. Trazyn transferred the stasis prison to a hovering containment node and turned away while the cryptech began harvesting Vox residue, armor telemetry, and command channel fragments from the dead. Black Legion encryption was formidable by human standards. By Necron standards, it was an irritatingly elaborate lock fashioned by children. Scarabs gnawed through damaged communication gear, fed recovered signal patterns into the cryptech's matrices, and reconstructed fragments from several overlapping channels. The tactical image that formed was not what Trazyn had expected. Black Legion landings appeared across the surface in enormous numbers, but the movements were not random, nor were they merely directed toward the strongest Imperial bastions. Certain spearheads were converging upon zones associated with buried pylon structures. Others were pushing toward transportation corridors capable of reaching them. Heavy formations had bypassed easier targets to attack apparently insignificant stretches of wasteland, beneath which Trazyn knew ancient mechanisms slept. He watched the pattern assemble itself across the hololithic projection. "Again," he ordered. The cryptech replayed the movements. The same answer emerged. "He knows," Trazyn said. "The human. Do not be tedious, the War Master." He enlarged several attack vectors until they intersected with the subterranean pylon network. Not everything, obviously. That would require an education unavailable to his species. But enough. He understands what the structures accomplish. More importantly, he understands what their continued existence prevents. They descended beneath Cadia through a passage no human map recorded. Scarabs had opened it by dismantling meters of rock and ferrocrete without disturbing the architecture beneath. The tunnel walls changed as Trazyn moved deeper. Imperial supports disappeared. Natural stone vanished. What remained was black stone shaped into angles that resisted ordinary geometry. Seams so precise that not even molecular intrusion had widened them across geological ages. Green phosglyphs awakened at his approach, spreading along the walls in branching streams. The scarabs poured ahead and vanished into apertures far narrower than their bodies, their constituent matter briefly reducing and reforming as ancient systems admitted them. Trazyn placed one hand against the wall. Data older than mankind's civilization whispered beneath his fingers. These were not crude monuments. They were components of a system built to impose order upon reality itself. Machinery from an age in which wars had been prosecuted across stars by powers that would have mistaken the Imperium for a barbarian infestation. For once, Trazyn found nothing amusing. The pressure against the network was immense. The Immaterium gnawed at reality beyond Cadia, with the persistence of an ocean seeking cracks in a dam. Some nodes were dormant, others were damaged. Still others continued functioning without the humans above, possessing the faintest understanding of what had preserved them for millennia. Trazyn watched diagnostic glyphs accumulate in his vision and felt an unfamiliar edge of urgency. The Eye of Terror had always been an obscenity, a wound in the material universe. Now the wound was widening. Something was forcing it. Something patient. Something that had learned across repeated failures. When Trazyn returned to the surface, the Cryptek had isolated a distant visual feed, captured by a Black Legion command vehicle before its destruction. The image was degraded by interference, artillery concussion and smoke. But one figure remained clear at its center. He stood kilometers away, among advancing columns of black armor. Even reduced to a grainy silhouette, he dominated those around him. Terminator warplate enlarged an already massive frame. Trophy racks rose above his shoulders. One arm ended in the unmistakable shape of the Talon of Horus, the ancient murderer's weapon passing from father to gene-son across 10,000 years of human failure. At his side rested another relic, harder for Trazyn's instruments to interpret because reality itself seemed reluctant to define it. Draconian. Around him marched the Black Legion, not as a mob of competing cults, but as an army obeying a single will. Trazyn magnified the image. Ezekiel Abaddon, he said. The Cryptek inclined his head. The Despoiler. A vulgar epithet, although unusually accurate. Trazyn studied the scarred face, the topknot, the archaic armor, the claw once carried by Horus Lupercal. He knew the record. First captain of the Lunar Wolves and Sons of Horus, survivor of the Siege of Terror, architect of repeated invasions from the Eye, commander of a force assembled from the ruins of legions that had spent millennia trying to murder one another, a creature sufficiently stubborn to make 10,000 years of failure resemble preparation. That was rare. More interestingly, it was historical. The pylons remained the priority. They had to remain so. Entire galleries depended upon the continued stability of the galaxy, and Trazyn possessed no intention of permitting a human warlord, however accomplished, to ruin millions of years of careful acquisition. Yet preservation was not merely the prevention of destruction, True preservation required representative specimens, weapons, armor, documents, participants, context. The 13th Black Crusade would deserve an entire gallery when properly arranged. Cadian defenders frozen behind barricades. Traitor legionaries caught in the moment of breach. A section devoted to orbital warfare. Perhaps one of the ancient pylons, if extraction proved possible without compromising the larger network. And at the center, naturally, the architect. Trazyn continued watching Abaddon advance through the burning feed. "Prepare a tesseract labyrinth," he said. The cryptech's head snapped upward by several degrees. "For the War Master." Trazyn turned from the image of Cadia's destroyer. Green fire burned steadily within his death mask. "Do try to keep pace." The cryptech bowed. Trazyn looked once more toward the battlefield, where armies butchered one another beneath a sky collapsing in flame, and where the black monoliths waited beneath the guns. The pylons are to be preserved at all cost. His forces are to be obstructed, dissected and studied. Recover anything of genuine historical merit before the humans destroy it. He paused, considering the empty space that would need to be prepared upon solemnness. And should circumstance offer us the opportunity, Abaddon the Despoiler is not to be killed. His metal fingers tightened around the empathic obliterator. I want him intact. Abaddon watched Cadia burn without raising his voice. The command bastion around him shook beneath the concussion of distant macro-artillery, dust sifting from cracked ferrocrete vaulting, while brass-rimmed hololith projectors cast the dying fortress world across the strategium in layers of blood-red light. Hundreds of engagements crawled across the projection at once. Armored offensives, infantry breaches, orbital descents, collapsing defense lines, artillery corridors, and the ceaseless migration of reserve formations toward whichever slaughter demanded them next. Around the War Master stood champions who had butchered worlds, legion lords who had commanded Astartes before the Imperium's corpse god had been chained to his throne, sorcerers whose names were whispered as curses across whole sectors, and warriors whose armor had been blackened by 10,000 years of the Long War. Abaddon dwarfed them. His Terminator plate was an immense shell of black ceramite edged in brass, scarred by fresh impacts and older wounds that no artificer had been permitted to erase. The Eye of Horus glared from his breastplate like a living accusation. Trophy racks rose above his shoulders, impaled helms knocking softly together whenever he moved. The talon of Horus encased one hand, its archaic claws flexing with minute movements that made veteran legionaries watch them without appearing to do so. Drachnian rested. At his side, sheathed, but never silent, an evil older than the Imperium, muttering against the edges of his thoughts. Abaddon ignored it. He ignored the thunder of guns, the prayers of the damned, and the impatient breathing of the warlords around him. He was studying a road. The road existed only as a narrow line of tactical runes running through a blasted region south of the principal Imperial defense belt, a route so insignificant that 3 subordinate commanders had recommended abandoning it. Abaddon expanded the display with a gesture of the talon. Beneath the ruined highway lay maintenance tunnels, abandoned transit galleries, ancient foundations, and, deeper still, structures whose composition Imperial records could not explain. Blackstone. The word had become more important with every hour of the invasion. "Withdraw Corda's assault from the Kasser Veyrak approaches," Abaddon said. A warrior in Baroque cataphractii plate inclined his head. "They have breached the second curtain wall, my War Master. Then they have succeeded in convincing the enemy that I care about the fortress. Withdraw them." Another rune flared. Recall the assault packs from the northern manufacturing district. The commander overseeing that theatre hesitated. The defenders are breaking. Abaddon turned his gaze upon him. Did I ask whether they were breaking? No, my War Master. Then recall them. A third Imperial position was already collapsing beneath a combined attack by traitor armor and mortal levies. Abaddon abandoned that offensive as well. 3 victories discarded in less time than most generals required to understand one. He redirected the formations toward the apparently worthless corridor and reinforced it with another armored spearhead. The hololith changed. What had seemed an incoherent sequence of commands resolved into a widening deception. The Imperials would see Black Legion forces withdrawing from successful fronts and assume exhaustion, confusion, or rival commanders working at cross purposes. They would reinforce the fortress Abaddon had deliberately made important and weaken the earth beneath which the Blackstone slept. One of the warlords grunted approval. Abaddon heard it and despised him slightly for needing the lesson explained by completion. The War Master had not brought the legions and their bastard sons to Cadia merely to seize fortresses. Fortresses could be rebuilt. Regiments could be replaced. Even worlds, given enough centuries, could be repopulated. The Cadian Gate was greater than the armies guarding it. That had been the lesson of 10 millennia, purchased with blood enough to drown star systems. His father had attempted to seize the throne in a single glorious convulsion and had died for believing conquest itself was victory. Abaddon had learned patience from failure and purpose from humiliation. Every Black Crusade the Imperium named defeated had torn something loose, broken something necessary, carried some relic, weapon, alliance, or piece of knowledge into his hands. The Long War was not a tournament in which historians counted captured banners. It was strangulation measured across ages. Cadia had always been part of the noose. The first mortal wave entered the minefields shortly after the order was given. Abaddon watched through a cluster of servo skull feeds and gunship Picts as tens of thousands of cultists and renegade soldiers advanced across terrain, churned into black mud by days of bombardment. They moved beneath ragged icons dedicated to the Pantheon, though most carried no blessings worthy of the name. Some wore stolen flak armor. Others had furnace plates chained across their torsos or strips of devotional parchment stapled directly through their skin. Priests ran among them screaming promises of ascension and vengeance, their words lost beneath artillery. The first mine detonated beneath a mass of running bodies and turned 12 men into a cloud of red vapor, bone fragments and scraps of cloth. Then the field awakened. Pressure charges blew legs from sockets. Bounding mines sprang waist-high before bursting, spraying shrapnel through packed ranks so densely that men remained standing for several seconds because the corpses around them held them upright. Heavy bolters opened from concealed Cadian bunkers. Explosive shells punched into torsos and detonated inside rib cages, ripping men in half, bursting heads into wet sprays and throwing strings of intestine across those still running. The mortal advance did not stop. Those behind climbed over the fallen because Black Legion overseers followed with bolt pistols, and because the guns ahead were marginally less certain than the guns behind. "Battery positions confirmed," reported a legionary at the Strategium's edge. Abaddon watched targeting sigils flower across the hololith. "Not all of them." "No, my War Master." "Then the wave continues." The legionary acknowledged the order. On the surface, hundreds more mortals died before the hidden Earthshaker emplacements finally revealed themselves. Their first salvo landed among the traitor masses with such violence that men, mud and pieces of armoured transport rose together in a great black-red fountain. One shell struck beside a captured chimera. The vehicle rolled onto its side and crushed a knot of survivors beneath its track guards, squeezing blood and organs into the mud in thick streams. Another detonation tore open a fuel carrier, spreading burning promethium across screaming soldiers. Men ran while aflame until their lungs cooked and their legs folded beneath them. Abaddon watched ammunition trails appear on the tactical display. The sacrifice had brought coordinates. That was all those lives had ever been required to accomplish. Now, he said. The real attack began behind the dying. Havoc squads emerged onto prepared firing ridges and sent Lascanon beams stabbing through the smoke. The first Imperial artillery emplacement vanished in an eruption of molten armour and vaporized crew. Predators advanced in echelon, autocannons hammering Cadian firing points, while Lascanons hunted battle tanks. Land raiders moved between them like black fortresses, their tracks crushing wounded cultists into the ground without deviation. The mortal survivors saw the engines approaching and tried to crawl aside. Many were too slow. Black track plates descended across arms, legs and torsos, grinding bone into splinters and leaving flattened human shapes pressed into the mud. No legionary looked down. The Black Legion came behind their armour. Their bolters turned the Imperial trenches into abattoirs. A Cadian gunner rose behind a parapet and fired 3 las bolts before a mass-reactive shell entered below his sternum, bored through flak plate, and detonated inside his chest. His torso opened backward, lungs and fragments of spine splashing across the soldiers behind him. Another defender lost his arm at the shoulder, spun beneath the impact, and was struck in the mouth by the next round. His skull burst against the trench wall in a sheet of blood and grey matter. Legionaries vaulted into the defensive works without slowing. Chainblades screamed as monomolecular teeth bit through fatigues, armour, skin and bone. One Black Legionary caught a Cadian by the neck, lifted him from the firing step and pushed a chainsword through the man's abdomen. The blade climbed through the torso, shredding organs and sawing ribs apart before erupting from the shoulder in a spray of minced flesh. The legionary kicked the remains free and moved on. Plasma fire flashed white in the smoke. Men vanished into incandescent silhouettes, flesh flash-boiling from their bones while laser guns melted in their hands. The surviving shadows remained scorched onto ferrocrete after their owners had ceased to exist. Teleport flares erupted behind the Imperial line. Terminators arrived amid static and displaced air, their black armour materialising inside command trenches and ammunition compounds. Combi bolters roared at ranges measured in paces. A Cadian officer managed to draw his power sword before a chain fist entered his breastplate and continued through him, reducing chest cavity and spine to a pulped channel before the weapon tore free. Another Terminator seized a heavy weapons loader by the head and closed his fist until the skull collapsed. Blood jetted between black gauntlet fingers. The body spasmed once and dropped. Within minutes, the minefield, artillery line and bunkers that had slaughtered thousands of mortals were being dismantled with mechanical precision. Those thousands had purchased exactly what Abaddon required: the locations of the defences and the seconds necessary for his legion to destroy them. War Master. The speaker was Trazyn, lord of a Black Legion warband, whose armour still bore half-erased traces of another legion's heraldry beneath the black. The Imperial. Survivors are withdrawing toward the western ridgeline. Give me the reserves and I will annihilate them before they reach their secondary works. Abaddon continued studying the corridor. No. Trazyn waited, perhaps believing explanation would follow. When none came, he stepped closer to the hololith. They are broken, my War Master. Their armor is exposed. Their guns are falling silent. We could reap the whole line. Abaddon looked at him. And then? Then the ridge is ours. And then? Trazyn's helm lenses reflected the red tactical light. The road to their rear positions opens. Not our road. Abaddon pointed with one talon toward the buried Blackstone approaches. Your formations advance here. Trazyn's hesitation became disobedience when he spoke again. There is no glory in that wasteland. The foe is before us now. The strategium fell silent. Abaddon gave the warrior time to understand what he had said. Trazyn did not. Glory, Abaddon repeated. His voice was quiet. You believe I brought you here for glory? I brought my warriors to kill the slaves of the throne. You brought your warriors because I summoned you. Trazyn's hand moved toward his weapon, perhaps from reflex, perhaps wounded pride. He never completed the motion. The talon of Horus crossed the space between them with shocking speed. Its claws closed around Trazyn's breastplate. Ancient power fields shrieked against ceramite. Abaddon squeezed. The armor resisted for a heartbeat, then folded inward with a noise like masonry breaking. Ribs shattered beneath it. Both transhuman hearts ruptured under the crushing pressure. Blood filled Trazyn's throat and sprayed through the grill of his helm as the talon's claws met inside his chest. Abaddon released him. The dead Astartes struck the floor heavily, armor leaking dark blood from broken seals. His warriors go to Cordus, Abaddon said. A captain across the chamber bowed once. As you command, my War Master. Abaddon stepped over Trazyn's corpse. Cordus understands where to march. The first Necron report arrived before Trazyn's body had cooled. A Vox officer patched the fragment into the strategium. The recording was filled with static, gunfire, and a legionary's breathing. Contact. Xenos constructs. Repeat. Metallic infantry. Unknown strength. Gauss signatures. They are reassembling after... A burst of interference swallowed several words. Screaming followed. Not mortal screaming. Astartes. My arm. Throne-damned beam took my... They are behind us. How in the... Green light consumed the picked feed. The channel died. A second report replaced it. A reconnaissance squad had vanished without distress call, armor transponders, and biological telemetry ceasing simultaneously. A third formation reported warriors of living metal, repairing fatal damage within seconds. A fourth spoke of figures appearing from impossible angles and killing officers before disappearing again. Abaddon regarded the spread of incidents. Necrons. Yes, my War Master, said Cordus. Then why are they here? No one answered immediately. Abaddon enlarged the map himself. Every confirmed engagement clustered around the same routes he had identified. None had occurred against irrelevant Black Legion formations. The Xenos were not defending territory at random. They understood the Blackstone network and were allocating force accordingly. That was what interested him. Not their Gorse weapons, not their resurrection protocols. Knowledge. A data adept offered a name drawn from intercepted Imperial traffic and stolen archives. Trazyn the Infinite, Necron Overlord, known collector of weapons, individuals, and historical artifacts. Reports attribute entire armies to his possession. There are accounts of warriors, relics, and specimens removed from battlefields across millennia. Abaddon's expression hardened. A collector. Yes, my War Master. A thief with a gallery. The contempt in his voice needed no embellishment. Symbols mattered. because men killed for them. Weapons mattered because of the hands that had wielded them and the blood they had spilled. The talon of Horus was not valuable because it was ancient. It was valuable because Horus had worn it when he broke the dream of the Imperium, because it had tasted the blood of a Primarch and wounded the Emperor himself. To lock such things away from history was not preservation. It was cowardice made archival. When Abaddon descended from the Strategium and entered the forward war zone, Drachnian stirred. The blade's presence scraped across his thoughts like talons dragged along bone. It hated the Blackstone. As the War Master advanced deeper into the pylon theatre, the demon weapon's whispers grew less coherent, its ancient malice compressed beneath an influence that seemed to make reality heavier. Sorcerous light guttered around the armor of the warriors accompanying him. A possessed legionary farther down the column stumbled and growled as whatever dwelled inside his flesh recoiled from the unseen pressure. Drachnian wanted violence. It wanted distance from the pylons. It wanted Abaddon to listen. He did not. Gods had whispered to him for millennia. Demons had promised, threatened, pleaded, and lied. Champions had surrendered themselves to the Four and called servitude ascension. Abaddon had watched them become slaves wearing crowns. He had not crossed the galaxy to obey a sword. His hand closed around Drachnian's hilt until the weapon's muttering became an angry pulse beneath his gauntlet. "You will be silent," he told it. The blade hated him for the command. That was acceptable. At the forward command nexus, Abaddon changed the order of battle. Pull the sorcerers back from the strongest pylon concentrations. Keep the demon engines outside the null-dense approaches until the Blackstone nodes are disabled. Havocs take the elevated ruins. Land raiders and predators form the central thrust. Terminators advance with the breaching companies. Legionaries secure the corridors behind them. Corda studied the tactical projection. You would prosecute the assault without the warp. I would prosecute it with whatever wins. Abaddon looked toward the distant horizon, where green flashes burned through curtains of artillery smoke. Only fools build a battle plan around gifts the enemy can take away. Another officer approached. My War Master, the Xenos Lord, has been sighted near the Elysian Fields. If the intelligence is accurate, Trazyn himself commands there. Abaddon stared toward the distant battlefield. For several moments he said nothing. Then he reached for Drachnian. The demon blade came free with a sound that was not metal, leaving a sheath but something closer to a breath, drawn by a predator awakening in darkness. Shadows bent toward its edge. Even beneath the pylon's pressure, the sword's malice made nearby mortals recoil. Cordus looked from the weapon to the War Master. You intend to lead the assault personally. The Xenos has shown us what he values, Abaddon said. My War Master, if his purpose is to draw you forward. Then he has succeeded. Cordus hesitated. The risk. Abaddon turned his gaze upon him, and the captain stopped. There was no anger in the War Master's face. That made the moment worse. He has committed his own hand to this field because he believes the pylon's worth protecting. I intend to learn why. He raised Drachnian, its black edge drinking the firelight from the horizon. Behind him, engines thundered into motion. Land raiders ground forward through corpse-choked roads. Terminators checked weapons older than nations. Legionaries raised the Eye of Horus above formations, assembling beneath a sky ripped open by war. Across the plain, green light flickered among the smoke where the ancient dead waited beside monuments older than humanity. Abaddon smiled. Advance. The Elysian Fields had ceased to resemble any landscape that nature could have made. Artillery had beaten the plains into overlapping craters filled with black water, blood, and the pulverized remains of fortifications. The shattered hulls of Cadian tanks lay half buried in the mud, some still burning, others gutted so completely that their crews had cooked down to greasy black residue against the interior plates. Columns of Black Legion armor advanced through the devastation beneath a ceiling of ash, land raiders grinding over trenches while predators fired through the smoke, and legionaries moved in their wake with bolters raised. The Imperial line had not broken everywhere, but it was breaking quickly enough. That distinction mattered to Trazyn. From within the shadow of an ancient black stone vault, he watched tactical glyphs collapse one after another as human positions were overrun. The pylons could not be permitted to fall before their deeper mechanisms were awakened. Yet the Imperials remaining in this theatre were no longer numerous enough to slow Abaddon. Trazyn considered committing more of his own immortals, rejected the expenditure, considered releasing additional canoptech constructs, rejected that as well, and finally turned his thoughts toward a resource he valued considerably more, and therefore resented using. History, he had discovered across millions of years, was occasionally more useful when allowed to kill something. The Tesseract labyrinth fitted between his metal fingers like an object far too small to contain what waited within it. Its external dimensions were irrelevant. The prison folded space according to principles the younger races approached only through superstition, its chambers descending through impossible geometries into vaults where armies could remain suspended between one heartbeat and the next. Trazyn rotated the device, calling up inventory strata with a thought. Vostroyan formations, Tanith marksmen gathered from regiments long since considered lost, salamanders taken from battlefields whose survivors had assumed them dead. A solitary golden warrior preserved from an age whose surviving institutions would have murdered worlds to recover him. Useful, all of them, but his attention lingered upon an older entry. Lieutenant Commander Cervantes, Ultramarines Legion, Praetorian Detachment, 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts, captured during operations against the War Master's forces in the age mankind now called the Horus Heresy. A particularly well-preserved acquisition. Trazyn had always admired the blue. It reproduced exceptionally well beneath gallery illumination. "This is regrettable," he told the cryptech beside him. "Lord, I spent centuries arranging that display." The cryptech looked toward the advancing Black Legion. "The alternative is losing the pylon nexus." "Yes, hence the regrettable part." He cast the labyrinth into the battlefield. The device struck shattered blackstone, bounced once between severed bodies, and opened. Reality did not explode so much as surrender. Emerald planes unfolded from a point too small to contain them, intersecting one another at angles the human eye would have interpreted as pain. Smoke was sucked sideways. Loose ammunition rose from the ground. Blood streamed uphill in thin crimson ropes before freezing motionless in the air. Then the impossible shape turned itself inside out, and warriors emerged from a war 10,000 years dead. Blue ceramite appeared first, bright beneath the ash despite old scoring and the dust of another battlefield. Breacher shields locked together. Bolters came up in trained hands. Praetorians stepped into Cadia as if advancing through a door that had existed a moment earlier somewhere else in the galaxy. Behind them came the immense shapes of 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts, their ancient sarcophagi carrying warriors who had expected the next second of their existence to contain the same battle as the last. Trazyn watched their armor autosenses flare, watched squad channels attempt to reacquire dead networks, watched identification systems search fruitlessly for satellites and command relays that had ceased to exist thousands of years before. Less than a heartbeat of subjective time had passed for them. Empires had risen and collapsed outside their prison. Primarchs had died, disappeared, or become monsters. The imperial truth had become a religion. Their legion had been divided into chapters. Terror itself had become the center of a civilization that would have horrified the men who created it. Trazyn told them none of this. Confusion was temporary. Hatred was immediate. Lieutenant Commander Cervantes stepped clear of the collapsing geometry with his Volkite pistol already raised. The weapon bore the device of the 500 worlds, its casing marked by an armorer's hand from an age when the Imperium still pretended reason would conquer the stars. His helm moved once across the battlefield. There was no time for disbelief. He saw the 8-pointed star. He saw strips of human skin nailed to black armor. He saw horned helms, mutation, brass, chains, and the golden eye staring from the breastplates of warriors whose heraldry was both familiar and wrong. Training crushed every unanswered question beneath a single imperative. Traitors. Ultramarines, he voxed, his voice snapping across channels that had not carried his words for 10,000 years. Form on me. The enemy wears the mark of Horus. Hold the line and kill them. His Praetorians responded as if they had merely lost contact for a second. Breacher shields came together. Gladi and power blades appeared behind them. The two contemptors spread toward the flanks with the measured violence of war engines that had once marched beneath the eyes of Primarchs. Somewhere inside Cervantes' mind, a question remained unanswered. He did not remember this ground. He did not remember the order that had brought him here. The sky was wrong. The air tasted wrong through his armor filters. None of it mattered while sons of treachery stood within weapon range. His Volkite pistol fired. Heat shimmered across the smoke and struck a black legionary in the torso. The warrior's armor glowed from within. Ceramite blackened, seals ruptured, and the transhuman flesh beneath began to cook as the thermal reaction propagated through his body. Smoke poured from his eye lenses. He staggered, firing blindly, then collapsed as his organs carbonized inside armor suddenly hot enough to burn the mud around him. Cervantes swept his blade toward the advancing traitors. The Ultramarines charged. The impact was not the disorderly collision of armies, but a meeting between two ages of engineered murder. Breacher shields hammered into black plate with force that shattered ceramite rims. Short blades stabbed through armor joints. Black Legion bolters fired at arm's length, mass reactive shells punching through blue breastplates before exploding inside enhanced organs. One Praetorian took a shell through the neck seal. His head remained attached for an instant while the detonation pulped throat, vertebrae and lower skull. Then the helmet fell backward, trailing cables and ropes of flesh. Another drove his gladius into a traitor's armpit and ripped upward through the secondary heart before 3 bolt rounds struck his shield, blew through it, and burst his abdomen open behind the plate. Intestines spilled across his thighs. He continued stabbing until a 4th round exploded inside his helm and blasted blood, bone, and fragments of brain through the broken lenses. The Black Legion veterans understood what they were seeing more quickly than Cervantes understood them. Some had marched during the same age. A few had fought beneath the Eye of Horus when it had belonged to the Sons of Horus, rather than the mongrel brotherhood Abaddon had forged from the traitor legions. They recognized ultramarine legionary numerals, archaic honor markings, shield patterns, and fragments of heraldry remembered from campaigns before the galaxy had split itself open. Recognition brought no mercy. If anything, it sharpened their savagery. One warrior laughed over the Vox as he drove a chain axe through the shoulder of an ultramarine he might once have called cousin. Teeth screamed through pauldron, clavicle and ribs, throwing gobbets of transhuman meat across both combatants. Another Black Legionary caught a blue-armoured warrior by the gorget and fired his bolt pistol repeatedly into the exposed abdomen until the ultramarine's lower torso became a crater of ruptured organs and pulverized spine. The dying warrior still seized his killer's wrist and tried to drag him close enough for a combat blade. 10,000 years separated their understanding of the war. Nothing separated their capacity for hatred. The Contemptors changed the shape of the engagement. One ancient dreadnought crashed through the Black Legion firing line with its armour blazing under impacts, each stride heavy enough to shake loose fragments from the ruined Blackstone. The second, Talon, advanced beside Cervantes' left flank. The sarcophagus was scarred but pristine compared with the corrupted engines facing it, its reactor note a deep metallic growl beneath the thunder of gunfire. Talon seized a legionary in one enormous fist and closed the digits. Black ceramite buckled inward. The warrior's chest collapsed until both hearts burst and blood sprayed from every armour seal in sudden red jets. The dreadnought discarded the flattened corpse beneath one foot and stamped down upon another traitor, crushing him into the Blackstone until fragments of rib and pelvis squeezed from beneath the dreadnought's heel. Heavy fire hammered from the Contemptors into the Legion advance. Black armour burst apart. One traitor lost an entire shoulder and arm, the limb spinning away while the rest of him remained upright. Another was torn open through the stomach, his enhanced organs slapping against the ground in a steaming mass as he fell. Trazyn observed through overlapping dimensional feeds, recording reaction time, command adaptation, and casualty rates. The loss of each ultramarine irritated him. Several specimens had possessed excellent provenance. One breacher shield dated to a forge complex destroyed during the scouring. It disappeared beneath a plasma detonation, taking its bearer with it. Trazyn made a small sound of displeasure. Mark the weapon responsible. For destruction, asked the cryptech. For acquisition. If it is going to ruin an artifact of that quality, I should at least own the offending implement. Yet his attention remained fixed upon Abaddon. The War Master had not committed himself immediately. That was significant. He had allowed his legionaries to meet the unexpected force, had watched the shape of the ultramarine formation, and had begun shifting havocs toward the Contemptors before the ancient warriors had fully established their line. Trazyn adjusted his assessment upward. Abaddon did not treat surprise as insult. He treated it as information. Lascanon fire crossed the battlefield. The first beam struck Talon high across the torso and blew molten ceramite from the dreadnought's shoulder. The ancient warrior staggered, stabilizers screaming, and continued forward. A second strike scorched the sarcophagus. Missile trails descended through the smoke. One detonated against the knee assembly of the other Contemptor, tearing armour away and exposing fibre bundles beneath. The dreadnought fell to one knee, caught itself on a fist, and killed 2 legionaries while rising. Havoc shifted their fire again with disciplined brutality. Talon disappeared behind overlapping explosions, emerged with one flank burning and charged regardless. It reached a Black Legion heavy weapons position and tore a Havoc apart from groin to skull with a single upward wrench. The corpse separated in a red eruption, one half striking the wall while the other remained caught on the dreadnought's fist. Talon flung both pieces away. More Lascanon beams struck it. Ancient plate ran molten. Its reactor began venting incandescent gases. Still it fought. Cervantes saw the black-armored giant before anyone identified him. The figure moved through the melee with an authority that needed no herald. Warriors parted around him. Terminator plate magnified a body already colossal by Astartes' measure. The talon of Horus covered one arm. In the other hand waited a sword that Cervantes' auto-senses refused to define correctly, its edge trailing distortions through the air as though it cut something deeper than matter. For one disorienting instant, Cervantes saw the claw and thought the impossible. Horus. Then he saw the face within the armor, older beyond reason, but unmistakable. Memory supplied the name from the age he believed he still inhabited. Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the sons of Horus. Cervantes felt the battlefield narrow around that recognition. Abaddon! The War Master heard him despite the war. Their gazes met across a corridor of butchered Astartes. Abaddon extended the talon slightly, not in greeting, but invitation. Cervantes knew the disparity and charged anyway. He had been forged in an age when warriors still believed treachery could be ended if enough traitors were killed. His Volkite pistol fired as he came. Abaddon twisted aside, the thermal beam scorching across Terminator plate without finding flesh. Cervantes followed with his blade. The first strike met the talon and stopped as though he had attacked a fortress gate. Abaddon's claws locked around the weapon. Cervantes drove forward, servos screaming, and for a heartbeat, the two warriors strained against one another amid the carnage. "You will answer for this before Terra," Cervantes snarled. "You and Horus both." Something passed through Abaddon's expression then, too old to be surprised. He looked at the ultramarine as one might look upon a ghost that did not understand it was dead. "Horus is gone," he said. "Your age is gone with him." Cervantes struck with the Volkite pistol at point-blank range. Abaddon knocked the weapon aside with the talon, seized the ultramarine's sword arm and broke it at the elbow. Ceramite cracked. Bone punched through the inner sleeve. Cervantes grunted and drove. His helm into Abaddon's faceplate, then tried to bring his pistol around with the surviving hand. Draconian moved. The demon blade entered beneath the edge of Cervantes' breastplate and passed through armor, lung and ribs with an ease no material sword could have possessed. Cervantes convulsed. Blood flooded his throat. Abaddon drove the weapon deeper, and the ultramarine's secondary heart began hammering desperately against catastrophic internal damage. "Gilliman will stop you," Cervantes forced through a mouth filling with blood. The words struck Abaddon harder than the headbutt had. For the briefest instant, he envied the dying warrior's certainty. A Primarch still alive, an Emperor still unbroken. A war that could still be won before 10,000 years of failure reduced everything to rot. Then the feeling was gone. "You have slept through the answer, brother." Abaddon tore Draconian across Cervantes' throat. Blood sheeted over blue armor. The lieutenant commander fell at the feet of a warrior he had known as first captain, never comprehending what the galaxy had become. The Ultramarines fought on around their dead commander because that was what their conditioning demanded. Their line contracted around the Contemptors. Talon killed until accumulated fire finally overcame even its ancient frame. Lascannons punched through weakened plate. A missile entered a ruptured shoulder housing and detonated inside. The dreadnought's arm vanished in an eruption of metal fragments. Talon took another step. Plasma struck the sarcophagus and turned the frontal armor white. Something deep within the machine failed. The Contemptor dropped to one knee, raised its remaining weapon, and fired until a final volley struck the reactor housing. The explosion tore the ancient war engine open from within, hurling plates larger than men across the battlefield and scattering burning fragments of the warrior entombed inside. The surviving Contemptor followed soon after, dragged down beneath concentrated heavy fire, while black legionaries swarmed its crippled chassis with chain fists and melter charges. The last Praetorians died in a ring around Cervantes. One fought with his shield arm missing. Another continued firing after a bolt had emptied most of his abdomen into the dirt. Their ancient discipline bought them minutes. Then they were gone. Trazyn stared at the ruined formation. His collection protocols listed the losses in clinical succession. Irreplaceable, irreplaceable. Severe provenance loss. Total specimen destruction. He wanted to strike someone. Instead, he stored every image. A battle group captured during the heresy had emerged 10,000 years later and died fighting the same rebellion under another name. There would never be another event precisely like it. That fact made the destruction simultaneously intolerable and magnificent. "Record everything," he ordered. "Already underway, Lord. Everything. Weapon discharge, Vox traffic, final biometrics. I will not lose the context merely because Abaddon lacks the discipline to stop breaking my property." Then the exhibition ended, and the extermination began. Lichguard phased into being around Trazyn in disciplined ranks, dispersion shields rising as war scythes lowered. Immortals emerged through emerald translation flares and opened fire without battle cries, their Gauss blasters drawing lethal green lines through the Black Legion advance. Armor came apart molecule by molecule. A legionary raised his bolter and watched the weapon dissolve in his hands before the effect reached his gauntlets, stripped the flesh from his forearms, and climbed through his chest. His scream became wet as his jaw vanished. Deathmarks stepped from hyperspatial oubliettes upon firing angles no mortal geometry could explain. A Black Legion captain lost the contents of his skull between one command and the next. Another officer turned toward a threat that did not exist and died from a shot fired from behind a wall. The wild collision of two human ages ended beneath the cold mathematics of Necron war. Across the field of dead, Abaddon turned. Cervantes lay behind him among shattered blue plate and the wreckage of his battle group. Before him stood ranks of living metal. At their center waited Trazyn the Infinite, untouched by the slaughter he had arranged. The Necron rested both hands upon the empathic obliterator and regarded the War Master across thousands of bodies, some born. 10,000 years apart and murdered within meters of one another. Abaddon raised Drachnian. The demon sword whispered against the blackstone beneath his boots. Neither warlord advanced. Trazyn inclined his skull-like head. "You damaged several exceptionally difficult acquisitions." Abaddon's face remained still. "Then stop placing them in my path. I had hoped exposure to history might improve you." Abaddon looked across the dead Ultramarines, then back to the ancient collector. "History does not belong in cages." "No," Trazyn said, green light sharpening within his ocular sockets. "It belongs to those capable of preserving it." Drachnian rose until its point faced the Necron's chest. "Come closer, thief," said Abaddon, "and I will show you what survives." Trazyn's metal fingers tightened around the haft of the empathic obliterator. "At last," he said. "Something worth cataloguing." Trazyn did not raise the empathic obliterator, nor summon another stolen army, nor dignify the moment with anything so primitive as a challenge. He stood amid the ruin of the Elysian fields, with both hands resting upon the staff, and regarded Abaddon as he might have regarded a newly recovered artifact whose condition had proved disappointing. Between them lay the remains of Lieutenant Commander Cervantes and the Ultramarines, taken from an age that had ended 10,000 years before. Blue ceramite burned beside black. Severed limbs steamed in the cold Cadian air. The ruptured sarcophagus of a Contemptor dreadnought still vented reactor vapor through a hole large enough for a man to crawl through. Beyond it, Necron immortals and Black Legionaries exchanged fire through banks of smoke, while the ancient pylons rose above the battlefield like the teeth of something buried beneath the world. "Ezekiel Abaddon," Trazyn said at last. His voice carried cleanly through the slaughter, amplified by means no human vox system registered. First captain of the 16th Legion, favoured son of Horus Lupercal, survivor of terror, warmaster of a coalition that has spent 10,000 years failing to agree with itself, preservation state, surprisingly adequate, associated artifacts, exceptional, provenance, tedious, but significant. Green fire burned steadily behind the Necron's ocular lenses. You have, however, caused excessive damage to the surrounding collection. Abaddon did not answer immediately. Drachenyan remained raised in one hand, its impossible edge drawing darkness toward itself despite the suppressive pressure of the pylons. The Warmaster's armor was splashed with the blood of warriors born before the Imperium had learned what it would become. Cervantes' blood darkened the talon of Horus. Abaddon looked once toward the dead Ultramarines, then back to the Necron. "You opened a cage," he said, "and spent warriors you claimed to value for a few minutes of delay." Trazyn inclined his head by a fraction. "Preservation occasionally requires pruning." "You call that preservation?" Abaddon gestured with Drachenyan toward the broken Contemptor and the bodies surrounding it. "I call it cowardice. You steal the dead from their wars, lock the living beside them, and mistake possession for achievement." The insult produced no visible anger. That was what Abaddon had expected. Trazyn was testing him, offering contempt in measured quantities to discover whether pride might overcome purpose. Abaddon had endured the contempt of primarchs, gods, demons, and 10,000 years of imperial histories declaring him defeated. An alien curator would have to do better. "History belongs to those who make it," he continued, "not those who hide from it." Trazyn's death mask remained fixed, yet something in the angle of the skull suggested amusement. An attractive philosophy for a vandal. The first Tesseract device activated before the final word had faded. Abaddon saw no gesture from Trazyn. A Black Legion Terminator squad, advancing along his right flank, simply disappeared. One moment, 6 warriors were firing combi bolters into an immortal phalanx, the recoil of their weapons shuddering through ancient tactical dreadnought plate. The next, a shard of impossible green geometry unfolded around them. Angles became planes. Planes folded through one another. Distance collapsed. One Terminator turned his helm toward the phenomenon and managed half a warning across the Vox before the field closed. Gunfire stopped in the middle of a burst. Muzzle flare, shell casings, armor, flesh, weapons, and 6 warriors weighing together more than several tons vanished without explosion, blood or corpse. Empty ground remained where veterans of the Long War had stood. Trazyn watched Abaddon's reaction rather than the capture. "I find your warriors surprisingly easy to store." Abaddon looked at the absence, then back to him. "Return them." "No." "Then enjoy them while they last." Trazyn considered the threat. That is the difficulty with living exhibits. They develop opinions. Death marks entered the engagement before Abaddon's command cadre could redeploy. They did not advance from the Necron line. They emerged from places that had not contained them an instant earlier, stepping through dimensional oubliettes onto broken towers, behind shattered tank hulls, and within firing angles that conventional soldiers would have considered impossible. Synaptic disintegrators whispered. A Black Legion sorcerer standing 30 paces behind Abaddon stiffened as emerald light touched his helm. No armor plate ruptured, no blood sprayed outward. His nervous system simply ceased to function. The warrior dropped as though every string holding his body upright had been severed at once. Another shot struck the Legion's forward Voxmaster. He fell across the communications altar, spasming hard enough to break 2 fingers against the brass casing, while command channels dissolved into bursts of static. A captain turned to identify the shooter, and a death mark killed him through the side of the skull from an elevation that did not exist on any tactical map. Abaddon understood the pattern instantly. Trazyn was not trying to kill the massed legionaries. He was dismantling command, communication, and psychic coordination in order to isolate one target. "Death marks," Abaddon said across the surviving command net. "Ignore the infantry. Collapse their firing geometry." Havocs obeyed before the echo had left his vox. Autocannon rounds tore through the ruined structures from which the assassins had fired. Missile warheads burst against Blackstone and Ferrocrete, throwing slabs of masonry into the air. One deathmark stepped backward into its oubliette, an instant before a Lascanon beam vaporized the position. Another was fractionally slower. The beam struck through its torso and turned half the necrodermis incandescent, yet even as the machine fell, the surviving portions of its body began flowing toward one another. Abaddon watched the reanimation process through his helm display. Damage that would have killed an Astartes several times over was becoming inconvenience. "Destroy the remains," he ordered. Chain fists bit into the fallen assassin before its reconstruction completed. The first blow tore the pelvis away. The second split the thorax. A power fist descended upon the skull until living metal flattened against stone, and green light leaked between the warrior's fingers. A roar deeper than artillery shook the field. One of the Black Legion's demon engines had entered the Necron line, a brass-armored monstrosity whose hull had once been machinery before possession, reshaped it into something with too many joints and a mouth made from interlocking armor plates. Its rotary cannon chewed warriors apart in streams of metal fragments. Clawed limbs dragged an immortal beneath the chassis and tore it into sections. Then the ground around the engine turned silver. Canoptek scarabs poured from cracks in the pylon foundations in numbers too great for the eye to follow individually. They climbed the Daemon engine's legs, entered damaged armor seams, and spread across its hull until blackened brass seemed alive beneath a moving metallic skin. The Daemon screamed through every vox grill simultaneously. Its claws scraped at itself, ripping away armor in an attempt to dislodge the swarm. Scarabs reduced rivets, cables, and plate to streams of particles. Beneath the machine's outer shell lay flesh where no flesh should have existed. Wet ropes of muscle fused around ammunition feeds, organs beating beside reactor housings, veins threaded through pistons. The scarabs ate those as readily as metal. A pulsing organ the size of a man's torso was exposed between 2 plates, contracted once, then came apart molecule by molecule until blood sprayed from severed vessels. The demon engine thrashed hard enough to crush cultists and Necron warriors beneath it. Its screaming changed pitch as the bound entity felt its physical anchor being dismantled. Black Legion flamers moved in. Promethium washed across the machine in sheets of orange-white fire. Scarabs burst apart or melted into glowing droplets, but the demon engine burned with them. Flesh contracted inside its armor. Fat ignited. The smell of scorched meat rolled over the battlefield. The engine continued roaring until a Necron beam cut through its exposed reactor housing, and the entire construct tore itself apart in a detonation of brass, burning organs, and warp-tainted fuel. A slab of armor struck a group of cultists and reduced 3 men to flattened sacks of ruptured flesh. Another fragment, still wrapped in twitching muscle, landed near Abaddon. He stepped over it without looking down. The Black Legion counterattack arrived with the violence of an execution. Plasma guns fired into the advancing immortals until several became incandescent silhouettes and collapsed in pools of semi-liquid necrodermis. Melter guns discharged at ranges short enough to make their wielders' armor smoke from reflected heat. A Lich Guard raised its dispersion shield and took the blast across the chest. The center of its torso became a glowing cavity, internal structures running like molten silver before the warrior toppled backward. Terminators pushed into the gap. Chain fists screamed against living metal, teeth designed to open starship bulkheads, sawing Necron bodies into pieces before reanimation protocols could restore them. One warrior dragged itself forward with nothing below its ribcage, metal fingers digging furrows through the blood-soaked mud, while its severed lower body pulled itself toward the same point from several paces away. A legionary stamped on its skull. The head collapsed, began reforming around his boot, and earned a bolt round through what remained. "They do not die properly," someone snarled over the vox. "Then kill them improperly," Abaddon answered. Trazyn observed the exchange without concern until the human wave reached his left. Thousands of cultists surged around the wreckage of their own transports, shrieking devotion to gods whose presence the Blackstone made distant and sickly. Their minds burned with the same purpose, crude and concentrated: hatred, worship, murder, desperation. Trazyn found collective fanaticism tedious, but the empathic obliterator had uses for tedious things. He moved with startling speed. The staff struck one charging cultist across the sternum. The man's chest collapsed inward. Ribs punched through lungs and heart. Blood erupted from his mouth in a heavy spray. He died before his body hit the ground. The weapon's effect did not end with him. The empathic resonance passed through the mob, like a disease moving at the speed of thought. Men who had never been touched by Trazyn convulsed simultaneously. Some clutched their chests. Others vomited blood. One tore off his respirator and screamed as vessels burst across both eyes. Another fell to his knees, fingers clawing at his scalp, while blood streamed from his ears. Dozens collapsed together, nervous systems reproducing the fatal pattern inflicted upon the first victim. The charge became a heap of twitching bodies. Trazyn regarded them with mild distaste. "A remarkable advantage of shared conviction," he said. "It makes stupidity contagious." Abaddon had seen enough. He moved. No mortal observing the War Master for the first time would have believed anything wearing that much armor could accelerate so quickly. Terminator plate thundered across shattered ground, but there was nothing ponderous in his charge. The Talon's integrated bolter spat fire as he came. One Lich Guard raised its shield. The first rounds exploded against the field. The next struck the exposed leg and tore necrodermis away in chunks. Abaddon reached it before the warrior recovered. The Talon closed around the shield's edge and wrenched it aside. Drachnian passed through the Lich Guard from hip to shoulder. The demon blade cut living metal with a shriek that was not entirely physical. The Necrons separated into two glowing halves, internal structures writhing as reanimation protocols fought damage inflicted by something born of the warp. Abaddon did not wait to see whether it would rise. The Talon fired into the pieces until they stopped moving. Another Lich Guard attacked from his right. Its Warscythe swept toward the Warmaster's neck. Abaddon caught the haft beneath the talon's claws, twisted and dragged the Necron forward. The blade missed him by the width of a finger. Drachnian punched through the warrior's abdomen and emerged between its spinal veins. Abaddon kicked the body away and continued toward Trazyn. The Collector retreated, not hurriedly, not fearfully, exactly 3 strides. Each movement placed another obstacle between them. Immortals opened fire across Abaddon's path. Gauss energy clawed at his Terminator armor, stripping black ceramite from one pauldron in glowing layers. Warning sigils screamed across his vision. Abaddon changed direction without slowing, using the wreckage of a land raider as cover for half a second before emerging from the other side. A deathmark fired from behind him. The shot struck his trophy rack and disintegrated an ancient helm impaled there. Abaddon ignored it. Trazyn took another calculated step backward. "You are being guided," Drachnian whispered inside Abaddon's thoughts, the voice like metal scraping across teeth. "I know." The sword laughed. Trazyn had built a kill zone around himself. Scarabs waited beneath the soil. Deathmarks occupied overlapping vectors. Immortals were positioned to fire into the corridor once Abaddon entered it. A tesseract projector sat concealed beneath the wreckage of an Imperial emplacement. The entire arrangement depended upon the Warmaster committing himself to a direct pursuit. Trazyn watched him advance and calculated the final distance. Another 2 strides. 1. The trap activated. Abaddon stopped. The first Gauss volley crossed in front of him instead of through him. Scarabs erupted where his next footfall should have landed. The concealed tesseract projector unfolded and found nothing inside its containment geometry. Trazyn's ocular fires brightened. Abaddon had recognized the pattern. Then the Warmaster threw Drachnian. The demon blade turned through the air like a shard of night. Trazyn shifted aside, avoiding a strike intended less for him than for the device behind him. Drachnian entered the tesseract projector and the machine ruptured. Green geometry spasmed, folded inward, and devoured itself. The capture field collapsed. Abaddon was already moving before the sword struck the ground. He crossed the remaining distance while Trazyn's firing lines attempted to reacquire him. The Talon killed an immortal with one burst. Abaddon seized Drachnian from where it had buried itself in black stone without breaking stride and struck Trazyn. The empathic obliterator met the demon blade. The impact sounded like a fortress gate being torn from its hinges. Green energy burst outward. Drachnian screamed with delight. Trazyn slid backward across the mud, metal feet carving trenches. Abaddon attacked again. The Necron blocked high, twisted the staff and attempted to turn the sword aside. The Warmaster drove his shoulder into Trazyn's chest, with enough force to buckle necrodermis. The Collector staggered. Abaddon gave him no distance. The talons struck low, claws raking across the Necron's abdomen and tearing open armor that had survived weapons from forgotten ages. Trazyn countered with the obliterator, the staff crashing against Abaddon's damaged pauldron and cracking black ceramite through to the adamantium beneath. The force would have broken a mortal body in half. Abaddon remained upright. "You are unusually difficult to shelve," Trazyn observed. Abaddon's answer was the talon of Horus entering his chest. The claws punched through necrodermis with a shriek of tortured metal. Trazyn's torso opened around them. Metallic ribs bent outward. Green energy spilled from severed conduits in brilliant arcs. Abaddon closed the talon. Internal structures collapsed in his fist. The Necron's spine fractured. His upper body sagged forward, while reanimation systems attempted to reroute power around catastrophic damage Trazyn lifted the empathic obliterator one-handed. Abaddon caught the staff, tore it aside, and drove him to the ground. Black Legion warriors saw the ancient Xenos Lord broken beneath their War Master and roared across the Voxnet. Trazyn looked up at him. How disappointingly physical. Drachnian fell. The blade passed through Trazyn's neck. His head left the body before the ruined torso finished collapsing. It struck the mud several paces away, green ocular fires fading as the body spasmed. Abaddon planted one boot against the chest and ripped the talon free. Pieces of glowing machinery came with it. For a moment, the Necron line faltered. Legionaries fired into the Immortals with renewed fury. Terminators drove forward. Someone voxed that the Xenos Lord was dead. Another warrior laughed. Abaddon did not. He had fought too many things that refused death to mistake stillness for finality. Behind the broken Necron body, one of the Lich Guards straightened. The movement was small enough that most warriors would have ignored it. Abaddon did not. The Lich Guard's war scythe lowered. Its shoulders shifted by several degrees. The disciplined rigidity of a royal guardian vanished, and something older, more self-assured and infinitely more irritating settled into the frame. Green fire extinguished in its ocular sockets, then reignited. The Lich Guard looked first at its hands, turning them over as though checking an unfamiliar garment. It examined the war scythe, seemed dissatisfied and discarded it. Only then did it turn toward the corpse lying beneath Abaddon's boot. "Oh," said Trazyn the Infinite, "you have made rather a mess of that one." The Black Legion's triumph died into silence. Abaddon looked from the severed head to the standing Necron. His grip tightened around Drachnian. Trazyn walked closer to his own corpse and inspected the caved-in torso with professional irritation. The thoracic assembly is unrecoverable. Several engrammatic conduits have been completely severed, and the cranial unit. He glanced toward the head, resting in the mud. Well, that seems self-evident. "You fled into another body," Abaddon said. "Transferred," Trazyn corrected. "Fleeing implies distance." Around them, gunfire continued. Men screamed. Necrons rose from destruction. Black Legion bolters hammered through smoke while Gauss beams flensed flesh from bone. Yet the two warlords regarded one another across the wreck of Trazyn's former shell, as if the greater battle had temporarily become irrelevant. Abaddon raised Drachnian once more. Trazyn's new death mask appeared incapable of smiling, which somehow made his satisfaction more offensive. "Now," he said, "does the title Infinite make more sense?" Abaddon did not waste anger upon resurrection. The instant Trazyn's voice emerged from the Lich Guard shell, the War Master's helm began recording. Targeting runes crawled across his vision, marking every Necron within immediate range, then expanding outward as the Black Legion's surviving Auspex feeds returned fractured estimates of positions, mass signatures, and dimensional disturbances. The corpse beneath Abaddon's boot was reclassified from primary target to discarded shell. The new body acquired a crimson threat glyph, then the Immortals behind it, then the Lich Guard, then every Necron frame close enough to serve as another refuge. Abaddon had fought demons that rebuilt themselves in the warp, champions who returned from deaths their patrons refused to accept, possessed war engines whose flesh regrew around shattered machinery, and creatures whose very existence mocked causality. Trazyn's survival was different only in mechanism. Mechanism could be understood. What could be understood could be broken. He shifted Drachnian into a low guard and advanced, not at the Necron wearing Trazyn's consciousness, but toward the nearest cluster of potential hosts. Trazyn recognized the change at once. "Good," he said, abandoning the discarded war scythe of the Lichguard body. "It would have been tedious if decapitation remained your principal strategy." Abaddon answered by firing the Talon's integrated weapon into an immortal standing behind him. Mass reactive shells struck chest and head, blowing chunks of necrodermis from the machine and knocking it backward before its reanimation protocols began pulling the fragments home. Abaddon crossed the distance and crushed the fallen warrior's skull beneath one armored heel until the metal flattened into the broken ground. Then he drove Drachnyan down through the chest cavity, blackening the living metal around the wound. "One less door," he said. Trazyn's new ocular fires narrowed. "You learn quickly for a creature who has spent most of his existence repeating the same invasion." The insult was designed to provoke him. Abaddon heard the calculation beneath it and smiled without warmth. "And you talk. Because you need distance." The collector moved before the sentence ended, not backward in retreat, but diagonally, drawing Abaddon across the edge of a crater where 3 immortals opened fire from concealed positions among wrecked Cadian armor. Gauss beams clawed across the War Master's left flank. Ceramite vanished from one pauldron in luminous sheets, decorative brass curling away as atoms were stripped from the plate. Abaddon did not pursue the obvious line. He pivoted into the fire, seized a Lichguard that had advanced to close the gap, and locked the Talon's claws around its throat. The machine struck at him with a hyperphase blade. Abaddon trapped the weapon arm beneath his own and hauled the Necron bodily in front of himself. Gauss fire struck the Lichguard instead. Its shield projector overloaded. Living metal peeled from its back in glowing ribbons. Abaddon advanced behind the disintegrating body until he reached the immortals, then hurled the ruined Guardian with enough force to smash one machine from its feet. Both bodies struck a slab of shattered ferrocrete. Metal buckled. Before either could rise, the War Master's talon came around in a backhanded arc and removed the upper half of the nearest immortal's skull. Molten necrodermis and fragments of green-lit machinery sprayed across the ground. Trazyn was already somewhere else. That was his method. He did not stand before Abaddon and exchange strength for strength unless the geometry of the battlefield demanded it. Every stride placed the War Master beneath another firing angle. Every apparent opening revealed another layer of preparation. Immortals advanced only when their movement forced Abaddon away from supporting legionaries. Lichguard attacked in pairs, not to kill him, but to turn his guard toward pre-selected vectors. Canoptech constructs crawled beneath the corpse-choked soil and emerged around his feet when his momentum carried him too far. Trazyn's body itself seemed almost incidental to the engagement. He used it as another mechanism, one component among many, its survival less important than the equation surrounding it. Abaddon hated the elegance of that. He understood it too well. The empathic obliterator came for him without warning. Trazyn had circled through the smoke, concealed for a fraction of a second behind a collapsing Imperial defense wall. His staff struck Drachnyan at the junction of haft and blade. Ancient Necron energies collided with the demon weapon's imprisoned malice. The ground beneath them fractured in a web of black lines. Dust lifted from the earth. Green lightning lashed across Abaddon's breastplate, while a pressure like a scream moved through the air. Drachnyan shrieked inside his mind, not in pain, but in furious recognition of something old enough to resist it. Abaddon twisted the blade and forced the staff downward. Trazyn's machine-fast reactions matched the movement. The obliterator rotated in his hands, hooked beneath the talon, and levered Abaddon's guard wide before the War Master could close the claws. For one instant, The two relics locked together, neither a mere weapon, both carrying histories of murder that reduced most battlefields to footnotes. Trazyn broke contact first. He moved 2 paces back. Abaddon followed 1. That was enough. A stasis pulse flashed from the flank. 3 incoming bolt rounds stopped in the air beside the War Master, suspended with their casings rotating behind them. A 4th hung half-emerged from the muzzle of a legionary's weapon. Time had become a wall. Abaddon shifted before the field could expand across him. Canoptek scarabs erupted from beneath a dead cultist and climbed his greaves. Their mandibles bit into armor seams, attempting to dismantle seals around his knee and ankle joints, molecule by molecule. He slammed one leg against a broken tank hull, crushing a dozen into silver paste, then burned the rest away with a burst from a legionary's flamer as the warrior swept promethium across his master's armor with disciplined precision. The fire rolled over black ceramite and turned the scarabs incandescent. Abaddon stepped through the flames and continued. Behind him, mortal officers began killing their own men. The first betrayal looked like panic. A renegade colonel raised his plasma pistol and shot his adjutant through the throat. The bolt of superheated matter removed the man's head and most of one shoulder in a burst of steam and cauterized meat. The colonel then turned the weapon on a Black Legion ammunition detail. 2 more mortals died before a legionary noticed the metallic movement beneath the colonel's skin. Tiny shapes crawled behind one eye. Mind-shackle scarabs. The legionary shot him through the chest, and the body burst backward against an artillery wheel. Elsewhere, another compromised officer ordered a mortar battery to reverse its firing solution. Shells fell upon advancing cultist waves instead of the Imperial ruins ahead. Hundreds disappeared beneath a sudden storm of earth and body parts. Men who had spent years worshipping the War Master screamed his name while traitor guns killed them. Compromised mortals, Cordus voxed. Kill the command echelons, Abaddon said. All of them. Did I stutter? Black legionaries obeyed. Bolt pistols barked through command dugouts. Officers who might have remained loyal died beside those already infested. One tried to explain that his men were clean. A chain blade entered his abdomen and climbed through his chest before he finished the sentence. Blood sprayed the bunker ceiling. Another commander reached for devotional parchments as proof of loyalty and lost both hands to bolter fire before a 3rd shot ruptured his head. Abaddon heard the executions through the command net and felt nothing. Trazyn had converted uncertainty into a weapon. Abaddon removed the uncertainty. The Collector approved despite himself. Efficient, he said when they met again amid the ruin of an artillery revetment. You dispose of followers with admirable lack of sentiment. You mistake worshippers for followers. A distinction without practical value. That is why you collect corpses. Trazyn struck. The empathic obliterator crashed into Abaddon's breastplate with enough force to lift him from the ground. The War Master felt ornamental armor collapse across his ribs. Internal reinforcement buckled. Warning glyphs erupted across his visor. His autosenses filled with impact data and suit damage while the world became motion. He passed through what remained of Akkadian defensive wall, pulverizing ferrocrete with his back and shoulders. Stone exploded around him. The impact buried him beneath several tons of rubble and mangled reinforcement rods. For a few seconds the battle vanished beneath static, pain and Drachnian's delighted laughter. Trazyn stepped through the breach. His posture had changed. The amusement remained, but the attack had not been a joke. He had judged the distance, the angle, the weakness in Abaddon's already damaged plate, and the exact amount of force required to drive a Terminator-armoured Astartes through a fortification. Ancient dynastic nobility had not survived the war in heaven by relying upon wit alone. "You see," Trazyn said, "this is why I dislike melee. It encourages one to become unnecessarily enthusiastic." The rubble moved. A slab of ferrocrete rose and rolled aside. Abaddon emerged from beneath it with one shoulder plate split, blood running from the corner of his mouth and fury reduced to something colder than before. His armor's medical systems had already injected coagulants and combat stimulants. One rib was cracked. Another had broken through layers of internal tissue before his enhanced physiology began sealing the damage. None of it mattered. Trazyn had demonstrated that he could hurt him. That mattered. Abaddon crossed the distance before the Necron could reset the geometry. Trazyn brought the obliterator up. Drachnian passed beneath it. The demon blade entered Trazyn's second body at the shoulder and cut diagonally through necrodermis, internal conduits, command matrices, and spine before emerging above the opposite hip. The wound did not glow cleanly like damage inflicted by conventional weapons. Living metal around the cut blackened and recoiled as if terrified of closing over the corruption. Trazyn's torso shifted out of alignment. Reanimation protocols sent silver streams crawling toward the gap, but each tendril curled away from Drachnian's residue. "Interesting," Trazyn said. Abaddon drove the talon into the damaged body before he could retreat. Claws punched through the abdomen and tore upward. Metallic organs, energy conduits, and fragments of necrodermis came free in the Warmaster's fist. Trazyn staggered. Abaddon raised Drachnian to remove the head again. The body went still. A nearby immortal jerked. Abaddon changed targets instantly and fired. The immortal's chest exploded before Trazyn had fully settled into the shell. For one fractional instant, the Collector occupied a body already dying. He abandoned it. A Lich Guard behind the line straightened. Abaddon marked it and turned. Trazyn transferred again. The next host was farther away. The Warmaster stopped pursuing. That decision came more quickly than rage would have allowed. His helm now displayed the sequence of transfers as a branching lattice across the battlefield. Every Necron frame might be a refuge. Every destroyed shell forced Trazyn somewhere else, but not necessarily somewhere worse. Hunting him body by body was like attempting to drain an ocean with a blade. Worse, each pursuit pulled Abaddon farther from the real objective. Beyond the battle, the pylons continued to awaken. Their influence pressed against Drachnian, dulled sorcerous communications, and made the air itself feel unnaturally absolute. Every second spent proving that he could kill Trazyn was a second Trazyn's machinery gained. Across the field, the new surrogate regarded him from behind two ranks of Lich Guard. Trazyn reached the same conclusion through colder arithmetic. Direct engagement had yielded useful data. Abaddon's physical strength exceeded previous projections. His reaction speed remained extraordinary, even under the burden of Terminator plate. Pain did not meaningfully degrade decision-making. Attempts at emotional provocation had failed. Capture geometries had been recognized. The Warmaster adapted too quickly to repeated methods. Continued close combat would result in expensive surrogate losses while offering diminishing probability of successful containment. Trazyn did not enjoy inefficient equations. He shifted his attention outward into the battle. Black Legion formations were advancing toward pylon access corridors, while Necron forces remained concentrated around Abaddon. That arrangement had been acceptable while the Warmaster himself was the prize. It was no longer acceptable now that the prize refused to behave like prey. "You have become less entertaining," Trazyn called across the gunfire. Abaddon wiped blood from his mouth with the back of the talon. "You have become predictable, That is demonstrably false. You wanted me isolated. Trazyn said nothing. Abaddon smiled. The Collector found the expression irritating. Then Abaddon turned away from him. For the first time, Trazyn's calculations required revision, not because the War Master had attacked differently, but because he had refused the duel entirely. Abaddon walked back toward the Black Legion line as Gauss fire cut through smoke around him. Legionaries closed ranks. Terminators moved to his flanks. Havocs shifted weapons toward Necron positions. The War Master did not look back. Draconian whispered for blood. "You will have it," Abaddon said. The blade wanted Trazyn. So do I. The demon's hunger pressed harder. Abaddon stopped beneath the broken arch of an Imperial command bunker and opened the full Black Legion command net. Hundreds of channels answered. Some carried artillery thunder. Some were filled with screaming. Some transmitted the mechanical roar of engines, the crack of bolters, or the last breaths of dying officers. Abaddon forced his voice across all of them. Enough. The word traveled through the Elysian fields, through armored columns and trench systems, through the holds of land raiders and the helms of legionaries advancing beneath the eye of Horus. No trophies, no kill tallies, no pursuit of broken Imperial units. Any warrior who abandons the assigned objective for glory will join Varzun. Silence answered him. Abaddon continued. Priority targets are Necron dimensional relays, command nodes, pylon interfaces, and canoptech control structures. Mark every translation point. Destroy every anchor. Melt the machines into slag if you cannot identify their purpose. Havocs will collapse their elevated firing positions. Terminators will breach the underground approaches. Armor will ignore infantry unless it obstructs movement. Sorcerers remain outside the strongest null zones and strike only where the Blackstone weakens. Tactical runes shifted across the Black Legion network. The battle began changing shape. Trazyn watched it happen through 1,000 machine eyes. Units that had previously slaughtered Necrons for the simple. Satisfaction of killing them ceased wasting ammunition. Heavy weapons redirected toward relay structures. Black Legion armor turned away from exposed infantry and began firing into the pylon infrastructure. Terminators stopped chasing immortals and pushed instead toward dimensional nodes. Legionaries planted melter charges against ancient mechanisms without even understanding what those mechanisms did. Trazyn's irritation deepened into something colder. Abaddon had finally understood the same truth he had. The duel had never mattered. The pylons did. The War Master raised the talon of Horus and pointed toward the black structures rising beyond the smoke. Break his network. Across the Elysian fields, the Black Legion obeyed. The first Necron relay exploded beneath concentrated Lascanon fire. A second disappeared inside a melter detonation that turned blackstone and living metal into incandescent debris. Scarabs raced toward the damage and were annihilated by flamers before they reached it. Farther east, Terminators breached an underground access shaft and poured into the pylon tunnels beneath Cadia. Trazyn tightened both hands around the empathic obliterator. He no longer saw Abaddon as a specimen standing across a battlefield. He saw a rival will moving armies against his own. That was considerably more dangerous, and considerably more interesting. The war for the Elysian fields ceased to possess a single front. It became a continent-spanning convulsion of armor, artillery, dimensional translation and slaughter. 100 separate battles feeding the same greater purpose beneath a sky so thick with smoke that daylight reached Cadia as a bruised red glow. Black Legion spearheads drove through the cratered plains in overlapping wedges, land raiders and predators grinding over the wreckage of Cadian fortifications, while columns of mortal armor followed behind them, beneath tattered standards marked with the Eye of Horus and the sigils of the dark gods. Necron formations did not meet those advances with the numerical arrogance of an entire dynasty. Trazyn did not possess a dynasty's limitless war host at his immediate command, nor would he have squandered one if he had. Instead, cohorts appeared where they were needed, arriving through emerald translation flares upon causeways, ridges, pylon approaches, and broken defensive belts. Immortals materialized into prepared firing lines with machine precision. Warriors rose from green light amid fields still covered in Imperial dead. Lychguard appeared around relay nodes moments before Black Legion assault formations reached them. Beyond those limited but disciplined forces waited the larger obscenity of solemnness, the collector's galleries offering fragments of wars stolen from 10,000 years of history whenever Trazyn judged the expenditure worthwhile. The result was not an infinite Necron army. It was worse. It was an enemy that seemed to appear precisely where the war required it. Every arrival calculated, every loss weighed against an objective older than human civilization. Monoliths came with the second wave of reinforcement. Their vast black bodies descended without the thunder of engines, floating above shattered trenches like pieces of a tomb world torn loose and set adrift. Green fire crawled across engraved surfaces. Portal apertures opened within their hulls and spilled ranks of warriors into the battle in silent files, while Gauss arrays swept across the advancing traitor armor. One land raider took the full attention of two monoliths as it forced its way along a pylon access road. The first beam struck the prow and did not explode against it. Armor simply ceased to exist. Black ceramite and adamantium stripped away in luminous sheets, exposing internal reinforcement, ammunition feeds, and the screaming machinery beneath. The Land Raider continued forward, Lascannons firing, until a second Gorse strike excavated its flank from sponson to troop compartment. The warriors inside were revealed through a widening green wound in the hull. One legionary reached for the rupture as his gauntlet, forearm and shoulder, unraveled into glowing dust. Another lost half his torso before the weapon passed on. Then the ammunition stores cooked. The Land Raider came apart from within. Assault doors tore free and scythed through nearby cultists. A burning Astartes was hurled 20 paces into a trench, struck the opposite wall hard enough to crack his armor, and continued moving despite flames pouring from his ruptured backpack. The tank's remaining fuel ignited seconds later, flooding the road with burning promethium and leaving the wreck as a blackened furnace around which the next vehicles divided without slowing. The Black Legion answered with artillery enough to make the horizon shake. Vindicators advanced into firing positions among the ruins and lowered siege shields into ground already reduced to slurry. Demolisher cannon fired. The first salvo erased a Necron emplacement and the warriors occupying it beneath an eruption of soil, blackstone and twisted living metal. Heavy batteries farther back joined the barrage, shells descending in patterns calculated to collapse firing corridors rather than merely kill infantry. Havocs climbed the upper levels of blasted Imperial bastions and saturated the nearest monolith with Lascannon fire until its surface glowed where repeated strikes weakened the living metal. Missiles followed. One warhead broke open an armor seam. Another detonated inside it. The monolith lurched in the air as green energy vented through the wound. Then teleportation flares burst behind the Necron line. Black Legion Terminators materialized among the rearward warriors before the constructs could turn. Combi bolters roared. Chain fists screamed into necrodermis. A Necron warrior raised its flayer and lost both arms to a power fist, then its head to the next blow. An immortal turned toward the intrusion and was seized around the torso by a Terminator whose chain fist drove through its spine in a storm of molten metal. The traitors did not remain to admire the destruction. Melter charges were placed against the dimensional relay anchoring the position, and the entire structure disappeared inside a white-hot detonation that forced every Necron within range to reconstruct its tactical state without the reinforcements Trazyn had intended to send. That became the rhythm of the war. Kill the machine, kill what returned, then kill it again until there was nothing left worth reanimating. Mortal troops learned the lesson more slowly. One cultist crawled behind the torn hull of a chimera after shooting a Necron warrior through the skull with a stolen plasma carbine. The shot had removed half the machine's head and most of one shoulder. The cultist laughed through broken teeth, dragged himself deeper into cover, and began binding the stump where a La round had taken his foot. Behind him, metal scraped against stone. He froze. The warrior's severed arm flexed several meters from the body, fingers clawing through the mud as if dragged by invisible wires. The ruined head rotated. Silver necrodermis flowed across the missing portion of the skull, forming crude structure around the surviving ocular light. The cultist fired again and missed. The warrior stood with one side of its face unfinished, walked around the chimera and discharged its gorse flare into the man's chest from less than an arm's length away. The cultist had time to scream once before his ribs appeared through dissolving flesh. His lungs collapsed into glowing particles. The scream became a wet croak as his throat stripped away. By the time the beam reached his spine, only pieces of his lower body remained recognizably human. A black legionary witnessed the death and changed the warband's standing order without asking permission. "Break them apart," he voxed. "No intact carcasses. Arms, legs, skull. Scatter the pieces." The order propagated because it worked. Chain blades were turned upon fallen Necrons after every engagement. Power fists crushed thoracic cages flat. Meltigans reduced crippled constructs to puddles of incandescent metal. Terminators stamped on skulls until the ground glittered with fragments of necrodermis. The reanimation protocols adapted, but there were limits to what could be reconstructed under sustained fire, and the legionaries learned those limits with the same brutal pragmatism they had applied to every other enemy across the long war. The demon engines fared differently. One brass-plated monstrosity charged into a warrior cohort with rotary cannons screaming from weapon mounts fused directly into muscle. Its forelimbs ended in hooked claws large enough to close around an Astarte's torso. It struck the Necron line at speed, seized two warriors and smashed them together until both bodies collapsed into interlocked debris. Its cannon traversed and cut another rank. Apart, metal limbs and torsos spinning through the air. Then gorse fire converged. The demon engine's outer armor dissolved in strips. Beneath it lay cords of black muscle wrapped around hydraulic systems, bundles of nerves fused into cabling, glistening organs suspended inside cages of machinery. The beams kept eating. Flesh vanished from pistons. Cables hung from exposed vertebral structures. A heart large enough to fill a transport compartment appeared behind the armor, beating wildly as the bound demon sensed the blackstone pressure closing around it. The machine screamed, not through a single speaker, but through every grill and exhaust throat built into its hull. The sound rolled across the battlefield as the entity trapped inside attempted to abandon its failing shell. It could not. The growing null field around the pylons constrained the immaterium, thinning the connection through which demons entered and fled the material realm. The engine's physical body was being destroyed faster than its occupant could escape. Gauss fire stripped the outer wall from the enormous heart. It burst. Black-red fluid sprayed across the warriors surrounding the engine.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The demon screamed again, higher this time, a sound of genuine terror, while its machine body collapsed around organs that had never been intended to exist beneath real space skies. A final particle beam punched through the reactor. The Daemon engine died in a storm of molten brass, burning flesh, and green fire. For several seconds, a shadow writhed above the wreck, half-formed and unable to retreat. Then the pylon pressure crushed it into nothing. Abaddon watched the event through a fractured pict feed and understood immediately. "Keep the possessed assets west of the third approach," he ordered. "Conventional armor through the center. Terminators maintain the underground push." Corda stood beside him beneath the broken roof of a forward command structure, its walls vibrating beneath artillery. "The Necron Lord is reinforcing the southern, eastern, and central corridors." "I know." Abaddon's reply was calm. Across the hololith, those approaches glowed with dense clusters of emerald runes. Trazyn had committed Immortals, Lichguard, and Monolith support to each. To any ordinary commander, the concentration would have indicated 3 positions requiring greater force. Abaddon had concluded the opposite. The stronger Trazyn made them, the more valuable everything behind them became. 3 Black Legion assault groups continued battering those fronts. They were loud, visible, and costly. Armor died by the squadron. Legionaries traded bolter fire with Immortals across trench systems flooded with blood. Cultists were thrown into the approaches by the thousand, climbing over their own dead beneath Gauss fire that reduced bodies to smoking skeletons. Trazyn reinforced each position because the pressure appeared genuine. He watched the kill ratios improve. He saw Black Legion armor stall before the monoliths. He saw Lichguard phalanxes hold narrow access roads against Terminators. He saw exactly what Abaddon intended him to see. Behind the reinforced sectors, small Black Legion strike elements moved through ruined transit systems and half-collapsed maintenance arteries marked on no surviving Cadian chart. Their armor carried suppressed transponders. Sorcerers were excluded. Demon engines were absent. These were legionaries, terminators, and mortal demolition crews selected for obedience rather than glory. One team reached a dimensional relay concealed beneath a ruined Imperial bastion and placed melter charges against its base. Another climbed through a ventilation shaft thick with centuries of dust and found a Canoptech control node humming beneath the floor of a dead manufactorum. Chain fists opened it. Charges finished the work. A third group emerged behind the eastern Necron position and destroyed 2 relay pylons before the Deathmarks hunting them could respond. Trazyn understood the trap only when the first reinforced cohort requested translation support and received nothing. A tactical glyph failed. Then another. The central Necron line still looked formidable from the front, but the machinery behind it had been severed from the greater network. Reinforcement portals flickered and died. Warriors attempting emergency translation remained exactly where they stood. Abaddon waited until the third failure appeared. Counterattack. Vicqua. Black Legion hit all 3 approaches at once. Vindicators fired until their barrels glowed. Land Raiders advanced through their own burning wrecks. Terminators smashed into Lichguard lines already committed too heavily to disengage. Havocs poured Lascanon fire into monoliths that could no longer rely upon stable translation routes. The strongest Necron positions became isolated fortresses, surrounded by an enemy that had spent thousands of lives convincing them they were safe. Trazyn regarded the unfolding reversal with cold irritation. "Clever," he said. The cryptek beside him offered no reply. "I did not request agreement." "No, Lord. Redirect the 7th Lichguard phalanx to the damaged relay. Their withdrawal route is already compromised. I am aware. Survival probability is negligible." Trazyn turned his skull toward the cryptek. "Do you imagine the Lichguard are unaware of their purpose?" The phalanx received the command. They did not protest. Dispersion shields locked. War scythes lowered. The Lichguard marched into an avenue already bracketed by Black Legion guns and held it, while Canoptek scarabs poured into the shattered relay complex behind them. Lascanon beams killed the first 2 Guardians. Missile impacts threw another apart. The remaining warriors closed ranks and continued fighting. Terminators struck them moments later. Hyperphase blades met chain fists. One Lichguard lost its shield arm and continued attacking until a power fist crushed its skull. Another impaled a Black Legionary through the chest before 3 bolter bursts tore its torso apart. They died one by one, every destroyed frame buying seconds. Trazyn tracked the losses. Several carried war gear dating to dynastic periods he would have preferred not to sacrifice. One dispersion shield had survived engagements from before the Great Sleep. He recorded its destruction with profound annoyance and no grief whatsoever. Grief implied equality of value between individual existence and historical necessity. Such thinking was sentimental weakness. The Lichguard had been placed there to preserve the network. Therefore, their destruction was appropriate if the network survived. Behind them, the scarabs completed the repair. The relay awakened. Green light returned across the line. Trazyn was satisfied. Far below the surface, Belisarius Cole's work continued at the edges of Trazyn's awareness. The ancient Mechanicus Archmagos and his attendant systems had begun forcing human interfaces into cooperation with mechanisms mankind had never truly understood. Trazyn found the process inelegant, invasive, and surprisingly effective. Human machinery clung to Necron architecture like parasites wiring themselves into the nervous system of a god, but the pylons responded. Dormant pathways awakened. Blackstone conduits carried energy through systems that had slept beneath Cadia for geological ages. Trazyn was not helping the Imperium. The distinction mattered. He was helping reality. The humans merely happened for once to occupy the less objectionable side of the equation. Abaddon watched casualty glyphs climb beyond any number that would have mattered to a sane mortal commander. Tens of thousands were already dead across the pylon theatre. Vox channels carried men choking on blood as they tried to report coordinates. Ammunition servitors dragged crates past heaps of bodies with both legs missing, stepping over severed arms without breaking pace. Land Raider tracks slipped on liquefied remains where bombardment had churned men into viscera and mud. Legionaries advanced while armor seals sluiced blood from their greaves in red streams. One warrior fought with half his helm missing, exposed cheek and jaw burned black by Gauss fire. Another carried a severed cultist torso impaled across one trophy spike until a comrade ripped it free because it obstructed the warrior's weapon. None of it altered Abaddon's purpose. "Relay 4 is down again," Cordus reported. "Leave it." "My War Master." "They expect us to repair the breach. Shift the reserves to the underground access." Cordus obeyed. Then the pylons awakened. The first pulse passed through Cadia without sound. Abaddon felt it before his instruments did. Draconian convulsed in his hand. Across the battlefield, sorcerous fire vanished. Warp flames guttered out as though smothered beneath an unseen ocean. A possessed legionary froze. In the middle of dismembering a Necron warrior, his body jerking violently as horns softened and withdrew into his skull. He screamed, not from injury, but from absence. Demon engines stumbled. One collapsed to its knees as the entity inside flickered against the boundaries of real space. Shadows around corrupted armor shortened. Whispers that had followed warriors for centuries ceased in the span of a heartbeat. The silence was worse than artillery. Mortals stopped fighting simply to stare. Some began screaming prayers. Others screamed because nothing answered. Draconian's voice became distant in Abaddon's thoughts, then distant again, as though the demon blade had been dragged to the far side of an impossible gulf. Abaddon looked toward the pylons, black surfaces that had remained silent through bombardment, invasion, and massacre now carried faint currents of impossible light. Around him, every commander of the Black Legion understood the same truth. If the pylons reached full strength, Cadia would no longer be a battlefield upon which chaos enjoyed the favor of the warp. It would become a grave where the warp itself could not follow them. The silence of the warp did not frighten Abaddon. It angered Draconian. The demon blade had become a weight of furious resistance in his hand. Its presence diminished beneath the pressure radiating from the awakened pylons, until the ancient thing within seemed to snarl from the far end of a sealed tomb. Its edge still cut, its imprisoned malice still coiled against his will. Yet the familiar psychic pressure that accompanied the weapon had thinned to a whisper, and across the Elysian fields, the consequences were far more severe for lesser servants of chaos. Sorcerers staggered as witchfire died between their fingers. Possessed legionaries clutched at armor that had begun rejecting mutations sustained by the Immaterium. Demon engines knelt in the mud, some spasming as bound entities fought to remain anchored inside mechanical flesh. Mortal cultists screamed prayers into a heavens that no longer answered with whispers, visions, or ecstatic pain. Abaddon watched them break and felt only contempt. He had been killing before demons offered him gifts. He had commanded the first company of the Sons of Horus before the War Master's rebellion drowned the galaxy in treachery. He had stood beneath Terra's walls while Primarchs and legions tore civilization apart. He did not require the warp to remember how war was made. Pull the sorcerers beyond the third null concentration, he ordered. His voice traveled across command channels suddenly cleaner, without the static hiss of empiric interference. Any demon engine unable to maintain locomotion is abandoned. Recover ammunition if possible. Destroy the chassis if the bound entity begins destabilizing. Cordus received the orders from several kilometers away through a chain of surviving Vox relays. The possessed companies? Keep those still coherent in reserve outside the field. The rest are expendable. Abaddon enlarged the tactical projection inside his helm. Necron concentrations glowed around pylon approaches like infection nodes. Bring the Vindicators forward. Land Raiders form the first wave. Predators behind them. Terminators follow armor into the breach. Havocs will suppress the monoliths. A pause crossed the command channel. Someone expected mention of ritual, sorcery, or demon support. None came. Abaddon heard the hesitation and understood the thought behind it. "We were Astartes before we became anything else," he said. "Act like it." The armor moved. Black Legion vehicles advanced almost track to track across the central approach, so close together that shattered hulls threatened to block the formations behind them. The first Land Raider crossed a crater rim and disappeared beneath converging gorse fire. green beam stripped armor from its prow in luminous layers, exposing adamantium bracing and internal cabling, before the machine vanished behind a curtain of atomized metal. Its lascannons fired once in reply. One beam struck a monolith and carved molten channels across its flank. Then the Land Raider's ammunition ignited. The hull opened from within, side armor tearing free while burning legionaries spilled through the breach. One emerged with his lower body missing, dragged himself 3 paces on both hands, and was disintegrated by another gorse strike before shock could kill him. The vehicles behind did not stop. A Predator rammed the smoking wreck aside with its reinforced glacis and continued forward while autocannon fire hammered Necron positions. Another took a particle beam through the turret and lost crew, weapon housing, and half the upper hull in a white-green eruption. The tank remained moving because the driver was still alive and because the road ahead remained open. Vindicators reached firing distance. Their demolisher cannon fired almost simultaneously. The barrage struck the Necron defensive line and turned entire stretches of ground into fountains of blackstone and molten necrodermis. Warriors vanished beneath the explosions. A Lichguard formation was thrown apart, dispersion shields flashing and failing as pressure waves hurled bodies against pylon walls. Havoc squads added lascannon fire from elevated ruins, focusing beams upon a monolith already weakened by the Land Raiders. The living metal attempted to reform around each wound. The Black Legion gave it no time. Missiles struck the same point. Lascannons followed. A Vindicator shell hit beneath the hovering fortress and detonated against the ground, pitching the monolith sideways long enough for a Predator's beam to penetrate an open seam. Green fire erupted from the portal aperture. Warriors attempting translation appeared half-formed, limbs and torsos caught between locations, before the gateway collapsed and dropped them into the mud as twitching sections of metal. "Now," Abaddon said. Teleportation flares burst inside the breach. Black Legion Terminators materialized among the smoke before the Necron line had completed its tactical recalculation. Combi weapons opened at ranges measured in strides. Bolt shells smashed into metallic torsos. Plasma scorched living metal white. Chain fists tore through warriors pressed against blackstone walls, the weapon's teeth throwing molten fragments across the narrow passageways. The underground routes had never been intended for human use. Ceilings pressed low over Terminator trophy racks. Corridors narrowed into geometries that made mortal soldiers nauseous when they stared too long. None of it slowed the assault. A Lichguard met the first Terminator at a junction and drove a hyperphase blade through his left arm above the elbow. The limb fell away, armor and flesh severed so cleanly that blood did not emerge until a heartbeat later. The wounded legionary did not retreat. He fired his combi bolter one-handed into the Guardian's face until the skull fragmented, then stamped the body into the wall and continued forward with arterial blood pumping down his side. Retreat would have opened the corridor behind him. That was reason enough to keep killing. The tunnels became butcheries. Mortal demolition crews followed the Astartes carrying melter charges, cutting equipment and ammunition crates. They died in groups whenever Necron warriors translocated into the passageways behind them. Bolter fire detonated inside bodies at distances so close that fragments of ribs and teeth struck armor hard enough to lodge in joints. Men slipped in their own blood and were trampled beneath Terminator boots. One sapper fell beneath the advance with his abdomen opened by Gauss fire. His intestines streamed from the wound and wrapped around another man's greave before a Black Legionary stepped down across his chest, flattening ribs and lungs into the ceramite floor because slowing would have blocked the assault column. Necron wreckage twitched among severed hands, exposed organs and shattered weapons. Reanimation protocols dragged broken limbs toward ruined torsos, while legionaries kicked the pieces apart and fired into the remains. Every corridor stank of propellant, burned flesh, machine oil, and copper-thick blood. Trazyn watched the central axis strengthen and understood immediately that Abaddon had ceased relying upon the Immaterium. The Collector found this more irritating than if the War Master had responded to the null field with rage. The predictable reaction would have been withdrawal, increased sorcerous effort, perhaps some grand invocation intended to overpower the pylons. Instead, Abaddon had removed the weakened components of his army and replaced them with armor, discipline, and massed fire. Trazyn adjusted his estimates. He adapts faster than expected, the cryptech beside him said. Trazyn turned his skull fractionally. I am aware. Shall additional cohorts be committed? No. If he wishes to concentrate conventional strength, we will remove the mind directing it. The death marks entered their oubliettes. Abaddon had expected them. 3 false command beacons activated across the battlefield within moments of one another. Each transmitted fragments of War Master-level encryption, tactical updates, and positional telemetry sufficiently convincing to draw hostile scrutiny. One had been mounted inside a wrecked Land Raider. Another travelled with a mortal command officer whose subordinates believed him to be carrying orders directly from Abaddon. The third belonged to a Black Legion captain, instructed to maintain a visible command posture along a ruined ridge. None had been told why. The first death mark appeared behind the mortal officer. Its synaptic disintegrator fired. The man collapsed with his skull intact and his nervous system dead before he understood he had been used as bait. The dimensional distortion accompanying the shot flared across Black Legion auspexes. Havocs already sighted on the coordinates fired immediately. Lascanon beams crossed the ridge and struck the death mark before it could retreat fully into hyperspace. Its body split into incandescent sections. The second assassin emerged above the decoy Land Raider and found missile trails already climbing toward it. The third killed the captain exactly as Abaddon had expected. The Astartes officer died without protest, his sacrifice purchasing the dimensional vector. Heavy bolters and autocannons saturated the position until the Deathmark's body came apart beneath the volume of fire. Trazyn studied the result in silence. Abaddon had lost 2 officers and 1 captain intentionally to force 3 assassins into revealing themselves. The Collector felt something very close to approval. Then the central assault stalled. A Lichguard phalanx had locked itself across the final approach to a major pylon junction. Dispersion shields overlapped in a wall of emerald light. Behind them, Immortals fired over the formation into the Terminators trapped in the corridor. Chain fists struck the shields and recoiled. Gauss fire ate through black ceramite. 1 Terminator lost the front of his helm and most of the face behind it. Blood and fragments of brain splashed the warrior beside him. He remained standing for 2 seconds, fired 3 more rounds by reflex, then collapsed against the wall. Abaddon entered the tunnel. His arrival changed the pressure of the assault without needing announcement. Legionaries made space. The War Master came forward through smoke thick enough to darken his trophy racks. Draconian held low, the talon flexing at his side. The null field pressed harder here. The demon blade felt almost dead in his grip. It did not matter. The first Lichguard struck. Abaddon caught the dispersion shield in the talon's claws. The energy field screamed against the relic weapon. He closed his fist. The shield cracked through the center. The Lichguard attempted to withdraw it. Abaddon tore the entire arm free, then drove the talon through the warrior's chest. Necrodermis collapsed inward. green-lit structures shattered beneath the claws. He hurled the body into the second Guardian and attacked the third with Draconian. Even suppressed, the demon's sword remained an instrument of impossible murder. Its edge passed through Hyperphase weapon and torso together. The Lich Guard separated from shoulder to hip, the cut leaving blackened necrodermis that refused to flow closed. More Guardians converged. Abaddon seized one around the throat and lifted it from the floor. The machine drove its blade into his side. The strike gouged ceramite and exposed internal armor. Abaddon ignored it. He turned and hurled the Lich Guard bodily toward the monolith portal occupying the chamber beyond. The Guardian struck the aperture at the same instant a Black Legion sapper triggered charges placed around its base. The gateway exploded. Green fire inverted. The Lich Guard vanished into the rupture. The monolith's internal portal collapsed inward, dragging pieces of warriors, Blackstone, and 2 mortal demolition crewmen into a shrinking point of light. One human had time to scream before his body stretched impossibly, bones pushing through skin as dimensional forces pulled him lengthwise. Then he was gone. The monolith lurched. Abaddon crossed the chamber beneath failing green illumination. Advance. Terminators. Surged past him. The assault moved again. Trazyn chose that moment to change bodies. A Necron warrior lying disabled near the Black Legion rear line twitched. Its ocular lights extinguished, then returned brighter. The machine rose with posture that no common warrior possessed. Its gas flare fell from its hands. The nearest mortal engineer looked up just as Trazyn reached for him. The empathic obliterator appeared through dimensional recall. The staff struck the engineer across the torso. The man burst. His breastbone collapsed. Ribs punched through his lungs. His spine snapped, and the body folded around the weapon before being hurled into an ammunition crate. Blood painted the black stone wall in a broad arc. Trazyn moved through the rear formation before the Black Legion understood he was there. He smashed another specialist to the floor, crushed the man's skull beneath one metal foot, and drove the staff through a rack of prepared melter charges, scattering detonators before they could be armed. A legionary turned and fired. Trazyn stepped aside with mechanical precision. Bolt shells exploded against the wall. "Rear breach," someone voxed. Abaddon turned. Trazyn looked directly toward him from half a chamber away. Then the warrior body went still. Another Necron frame farther down the tunnels straightened and became the collector. By the time Black Legionaries reached the first surrogate, Trazyn was already gone. "Persistent," Abaddon said. Draconian whispered something that might have been laughter. The artillery betrayal began minutes later. The first shells fell among the Black Legion's own reserve formations. Vindicators disappeared beneath impacts from guns positioned safely behind traitor lines. Mortal infantry packed into staging trenches were torn apart before anyone understood the trajectory. One shell struck directly inside an ammunition transfer point. The explosion hurled bodies, crates and weapon parts hundreds of paces. A second barrage walked across a Land Raider company. Men screamed across the Vox that they were under Imperial fire until targeting analysis confirmed the impossible. The guns belonged to them. Abaddon requested command identification. A renegade artillery commander answered personally, his voice calm and formal. "Correction of firing solution underway, my War Master." Abaddon heard something behind the voice. Not fear, not confusion, nothing. "Kill him," Abaddon said. Cordus hesitated only long enough to ask, "The commander?" "The entire battery. There are thousands of men. They are compromised." Black Legion armor surrounding the artillery park turned its weapons inward. Heavy bolters opened first. Mortal crews were torn apart beside their guns. Men attempting to flee were cut down in lines. Predator autocannons shredded command vehicles. One officer climbed from a hatch waving both hands and shouting that he remained loyal. A bolt shell struck his abdomen and detonated, spraying his lower organs across the vehicle's glacis. Havocs fired into ammunition stores. Shell racks cooked off. Artillery pieces vanished in pillars of flame. The mind-shackled commander died somewhere inside the inferno, along with every man who might have remained untouched. The friendly barrage ceased. Trazyn observed the destruction through a distant sensor relay and was silent for several seconds. The cryptech awaited comment. Finally, Trazyn said, "He is learning." He destroyed his own artillery. Yes, thousands of loyal assets. Trazyn's ocular fires brightened. Yes. There was no mockery in the answer. Across the burning battlefield, Abaddon stood before the pylon junction, while casualty reports accumulated around him. Mortal formations erased, captains sacrificed as bait, artillery destroyed by his own guns, Terminators dying in corridors beneath the pylons. None of it altered the objective. Every warrior could be spent. Every engine could be burned. Every servant could be discarded if doing so moved the blade closer to the throat of Cadia. Trazyn understood because he had made the same calculation countless times. Lychguard could be sacrificed to preserve a relay. Captured armies could be released and destroyed to buy minutes. Surrogate bodies could be ruined. Entire displays could be dismantled if the historical whole remained intact. The recognition did not create respect. It created hatred. Abaddon despised the Collector because Trazyn imprisoned achievement and called it preservation. Trazyn despised the War Master because Abaddon destroyed history and called the ruin purpose. Yet beneath the contempt lay something neither would willingly name: recognition. Each had found another creature willing to spend almost everything except the thing that truly mattered. The battlefield between them became the proof. Trazyn had exhausted the inexpensive answers. 3 pylon approaches were compromised. 2-dimensional relays had been reduced to glowing wreckage beneath Black Legion melter charges, and a 4th was functioning only because Canoptech Scarabs had rebuilt its control lattice while Lychguard died around it. His available immortals could still hold selected corridors. His warriors could still be translated into breaches and ordered forward until reanimation protocols failed beneath concentrated enemy fire. None of that altered the arithmetic. Abaddon had learned that the Necron host defending the Elysian fields was finite, and the War Master had begun attacking not the warriors, but the mechanisms that allowed those warriors to matter. Trazyn found the development offensive in the way one might find mold spreading through an archive offensive. It was not impressive because mold was intelligent. It was impressive because, if neglected, it ruined things that could never be replaced. The Collector stood beneath the fractured shadow of Akkadian Bastion and opened a sequence of inventory glyphs no other being on the battlefield could perceive. They descended through galleries on Solemnis, through sealed vaults and dimensional repositories, across collection strata accumulated over ages of conquest, theft, and patient acquisition. He rejected several entries immediately: too rare, too damaged, too difficult to restore, too valuable to expose to Abaddon's artillery. Yet with every refusal, another pylon access rune changed from contested to compromised. Trazyn's metal fingers tightened around the empathic obliterator. "This," he said to the cryptech beside him, "is why one should never allow soldiers near a museum." The first vault opened east of the central pylon ridge. Emerald geometry unfolded above a field already carpeted in the dead, and time disgorged men who had been waiting thousands of years for their next breath. They wore imperial armor of patterns no Cadian quartermaster would have recognized. Breastplates stamped with aquily shaped according to conventions abandoned before whole sectors had been colonized. Their laser guns were long, heavy weapons with wooden furniture darkened by age that had never touched them. Regimental colours appeared behind them, preserved so perfectly that not a thread had faded. Officers shouted orders into Vox units that searched for networks gone silent centuries before their descendants' were born. Their commander looked toward the horizon and saw black-armoured giants bearing the Eye of Horus. Whatever questions existed about the sky, the fortifications, the unfamiliar architecture, and the impossible absence of their own command structure vanished beneath recognition of a symbol mankind had hated for 10,000 years. "Traitors!" he shouted. The regiment formed firing lines. Lasfire crossed the battlefield in disciplined volleys, cutting through cultists who had not existed when the soldiers pulling the triggers disappeared from history. Another labyrinth unfolded to the south. Xenos emerged this time. Lean figures in segmented armor carrying curved weapons that pulsed with alien light. Their banners named a polity annihilated so thoroughly that even the species responsible for its destruction had forgotten it. They turned upon the nearest movement and began firing because hatred required less context than chronology. A third vault released Imperial infantry in heavy coats and ornate rebreathers, followed by weapons teams dragging wheeled guns through the mud. One soldier stopped after taking 3 steps. He stared at the Cadian pylons, at the burning sky, at Black Legion land raiders advancing across the plain, and then at Trazyn standing beyond a phalanx of Lichguard. His rifle lowered. "Where are we?" he demanded through a Vox grill designed in another age. Trazyn did not answer. The man's confusion lasted until a burst of Black Legion heavy bolter fire crossed the formation. His body opened from hip to shoulder. Blood and fragments of ribs sprayed across the soldier beside him, who screamed an oath to an emperor that had been a distant living sovereign when his regiment last saw war. Trazyn could have explained. That was precisely why he did not. Context altered behavior. Knowledge produced hesitation, panic, rebellion, grief. A warrior who understood that his home world had been dead for millennia might cease to care about a battlefield he had never seen. A soldier who learned that everyone he loved had become dust before the founding of institutions he now fought beside might become useless. Solomes preserved bodies more easily than purpose. Purpose required careful management. Some of the released specimens fought because the icons of chaos supplied an enemy they already understood. Others carried mind-shackle organisms nestled within their flesh or neural structures, tiny commands turning uncertainty into obedience. Still others obeyed ancient conditioning, training so deep that waking beneath an alien sky did nothing to prevent them from forming ranks when officers shouted. Trazyn watched them deploy without guilt. He had preserved them. Their continued existence was evidence of his success. Freedom had never been part of the conservation process. The Black Legion struck the collection line and entered several different centuries of warfare within the same kilometre. Ancient lasrifles fired beside weapons patterns that had vanished from imperial arsenals before the age of apostasy. Bolters whose manufacture dated to the Great Crusade hammered against corrupted Mark III and later warplate. A lost Xenos cannon discharged violet energy that passed through a legionary's chest without damaging the armor, then caused every organ inside him to rupture simultaneously. The warrior remained standing for 2 paces before blood filled his helm and poured through the grille. A Black Legion veteran killed the weapon's bearer with a bolt to the pelvis, then turned and came face to face with an Imperial soldier whose uniform represented a nation the veteran himself had helped erase in some forgotten campaign 9 millennia earlier. Neither recognized the absurdity. The human fired. Lashbolts scorched black ceramite. The Astartes caught him around the head and closed one gauntlet. The skull collapsed with a wet crack, eyes forced from their sockets as bone fragments punched through the face. The legionary threw the corpse aside and advanced into another age. Orcs emerged from a failing tesseract aperture already fighting. Their armor was a patchwork of iron slabs painted in colors from a Wah, whose name survived only in Trazyn's catalogues. One enormous knob struck the ground laughing, saw black legionaries, and immediately decided the situation required no further explanation. His chopper came down upon a cultist and divided the man from collar to pelvis, spilling lungs and coils of bowel across the mud. He charged an Astartes next. Bolter rounds blew chunks from his torso without slowing him. The Black Legionary met the chopper with a chainsword. Teeth screamed against iron. A second legionary shot the orc through the face, detonating the back of the skull and spraying green tissue over both warriors. Several paces away, human infantry from another vault were being killed by Necron Gauss fire after wandering across the wrong tactical boundary. Trazyn observed the loss and corrected the deployment geometry. He did not correct the misunderstanding. History had never been orderly while it was occurring. There was no reason its preservation should pretend otherwise. Abaddon understood what he was seeing before most of his commanders did. He stood upon the wrecked upper hull of a Predator, whose crew had burned inside it, and watched the Elysian fields become a museum emptied into a slaughterhouse. "He is spending the collection," Cordus voxed. "No," Abaddon answered. "He is spending what he can bear to lose." Drachnian rested in his hand, diminished beneath the blackstone pressure, but still capable of cutting whatever stood before it. "There will be more." A burst of interference passed through the channel. Then Trazyn's voice entered it with insulting clarity. "Your observational faculties continue to improve." Cordus demanded the signal be traced. Abaddon raised one claw of the talon. "Let him speak." Trazyn's image formed briefly within the War Master's helm display, more symbol than transmission, the death mask illuminated by emerald light. "You have a talent for destruction, Ezekiel. One might almost mistake repetition for mastery. Legions ruined, worlds burned, monuments shattered. Even your father's legacy reduced to scavenged heraldry and a weapon worn by his surviving subordinate." Abaddon's expression did not change. "You released warriors from their own centuries to die for ground they do not understand, and thereby preserve the ground that matters. You call cages preservation because theft sounds too common." Trazyn inclined his head. "I preserve what creatures such as you cannot be trusted to leave intact." Abaddon looked across the battle. A lost Imperial formation was being torn apart beneath Black Legion autocannon fire. Men vanished in explosions, pieces of bodies landing among troops who had awakened beside them minutes before. "You preserve nothing. You embalm it." An accusation from a warrior who has spent 10,000 years vandalizing the same civilization is almost charming. The War Master's voice remained low. History belongs to those strong enough to make what comes after. Trazyn's answer arrived without hesitation. That is precisely what Vandals always tell themselves. Abaddon severed the transmission and called for artillery. The firing solution covered nearly the entire contested deployment zone. Corda studied the coordinates. Our mortal formations are still engaged there. I can see them. There are Legion elements inside the southern boundary. I can see those as well. My War Master, fire. Far behind the front, siege batteries elevated their guns. Vindicators withdrew just enough to clear blast zones. Captured Earthshakers fired beside traitor artillery, whose barrels had been engraved with litanies to the dark gods. Shells climbed into the ash-choked heavens and descended upon warriors drawn from a dozen ages. The first impacts erased entire ranks. Imperial infantry disappeared beneath walls of black soil and pulverized flesh. Cultists fighting beside them were thrown into the air already dismembered, arms and legs tumbling separately from torsos. A Xenos formation vanished inside a blast so violent that fragments of armor embedded themselves in the hull of a Land Raider 100 paces away. The second salvo struck closer to the Black Legion's own lines. Mortal troops screamed over the Vox as shells burst among them. One officer demanded corrected coordinates until a detonation reduced his command squad to a crater lined with pieces of armor and red meat. Abaddon listened without reaction. The collection forces died with his own. That was the calculation. Trazyn watched centuries of acquisition disappear beneath minutes of artillery and felt the first stirrings of something he would not have named anxiety. A regiment preserved from a human civil war was reduced to fragments before its officers understood where they had awakened. An alien species represented by only several dozen viable specimens lost 9 in a single blast. One surviving warrior crawled through the crater with its abdomen torn open, internal organs dragging behind it on strands of tissue. Trazyn activated stasis. The battlefield froze around the wounded. An artillery shell hung above the ground as a blurred metallic shape surrounded by compressed air. Fire stopped in the act of expanding. A human soldier remained suspended upon his knees while half his intestines spilled through a rupture in his armor, each loop perfectly preserved before gravity could drag it into the mud. Another had been struck through the face by a fragment of metal. The back of his skull was open, blood and grey tissue floating behind him in a red mist that would never fall. A cultist and one of Trazyn's specimens were frozen together at the instant a bayonet entered a throat. The victim's eyes remained wide. The attacker would never finish the thrust. The explosions surrounding them became a luminous sculpture of destruction. "Secure that section for extraction," Trazyn ordered. The cryptech looked at the dying figures. "They remain viable?" Trazyn's ocular fires shifted toward him. "That is not why." The cryptech understood. The tableau was excellent. Abaddon advanced through the bombardment. Explosions walked across the plain around him, throwing burning men through the air and overturning light vehicles. A transport rolled onto its roof 20 paces ahead, crushing everyone still inside as its fuel cells ruptured. The War Master did not slow. His Terminator armor absorbed stone fragments and shrapnel that would have pulped mortals. One blast struck close enough to turn the world white inside his helm and cover him in a wave of mud, blood, and fragments of human bone. He emerged through it with the talon raised. The Necron war construct ahead of him had already been damaged by artillery. It resembled a predatory machine built around a ribbed core of living metal, its weapon arrays still spitting green fire despite half its locomotor assembly trailing behind it. A particle beam struck a Black Legionary beside Abaddon and removed the warrior from the waist upward. The legs remained standing for a heartbeat before falling. Abaddon reached the construct before it could fire again. The talon entered its armor. Claws designed to kill in an age of Primarchs punched through necrodermis and tore outward. Living metal flowed toward the wound. Abaddon seized the opening and ripped it wider. Internal structures appeared beneath the armor, green-lit conduits and mechanical organs shifting as the machine attempted to compensate. The construct drove one blade limb toward his chest. Drachenyen severed it. The Warmaster braced one boot against the hull and pulled with the talon until an entire plate tore free. Now! Black legionaries fired into the exposed interior. Plasma detonated among the mechanisms. A meltagun discharged. The construct's core turned white, then collapsed inward. Green fire erupted through every seam. Abaddon stepped away as it died and emerged from the detonation coated in blood, powdered stone, machine oil, and strings of glowing necrodermis that melted across his armor before sliding to the ground. The deployment nexus lay beyond it. Trazyn realized Abaddon's objective too late because the artillery had not been intended merely to kill his released formations. It had driven survivors inward, compressing collection forces and Black Legion mortals alike around the Tesseract access geometry. The Warmaster had found the throat through which Trazyn was feeding history into the battle. "Withdraw the active exhibits," Trazyn ordered. Several vaults began closing. Abaddon opened the command channel. "Strike the Nexus," Cordus answered at once. "Our assault companies are still inside." "I know." The first orbital directed shell struck. The world lifted. Black legionaries disappeared beside warriors who had slept through millennia. Entire companies were erased beneath impacts designed to crack fortress walls. Terminators vanished in white fire. Mortal troops became expanding rings of blood and debris. The dimensional nexus destabilized, while several tesseract apertures remained open. Geometry folded wrongly. One vault collapsed across its own deployment corridor. Men caught halfway through translation were divided without blades, torsos emerging upon Cadia, while lower bodies remained imprisoned somewhere inside Solemnace's dimensional architecture. Another access point imploded and dragged dozens of screaming specimens back through itself in pieces. A third failed catastrophically. Trazyn felt the loss across his collection protocols. Entries vanished, not damaged, not displaced. Gone. A formation he had preserved for longer than the Imperium had possessed records of its own founding ceased to exist. Several Xeno specimens unique within Solemnace were destroyed so completely that no reconstruction protocol could restore them. Centuries of acquisition, restoration, classification and arrangement were annihilated by a human who had never known their names. The Nexus exploded. Abaddon lost warriors by the 100. Trazyn lost history. For the first time since the battle began, the Collector stopped making jokes. His posture changed by less than a degree. The cryptech beside him noticed anyway. "Lord?" Trazyn looked across the burning fields toward the black figure advancing through the devastation he had ordered upon his own troops. Green light hardened inside the Necron's eyes. The Warmaster has misunderstood the nature of this engagement. The cryptech waited. Trazyn's fingers closed around the empathic obliterator until ancient metal groaned beneath the pressure. He believes destruction demonstrates resolve. Across the battlefield, Abaddon tore a wounded legionary from beneath a wreck only long enough to recover the warrior's ammunition before leaving him to die. He did not look toward the galleries he had destroyed because he had never seen them. He did not know what had vanished. That ignorance made the offense worse. Trazyn opened a private channel to Solemnus. He called for a specific labyrinth, not a field device, not an expendable capture prism. Something older, deeper, and intended for prey that ordinary dimensional confinement could not reliably hold. The cryptech read the request and went motionless. You intend personal acquisition? Yes. Even under the pylon conditions? Yes. Alive? Trazyn turned his death mask toward Abaddon. Intact. There was no amusement left in his voice. The War Master had ceased to be merely desirable. He had become a vandal loose among irreplaceable things. Trazyn the Infinite would tolerate many crimes against history. He would not tolerate that one. The pylons did not awaken like machines. They awakened like laws. Deep beneath the Elysian fields, where blackstone roots descended through strata untouched by human excavation, resonance moved from structure to structure without sound, without heat, without any of the crude signatures by which younger species recognize power. The effect passed beneath the battlefield as an inaudible earthquake of reality itself. Instruments registered contradictory readings. Auspex returns sharpened until range estimates became unnervingly precise. Warp interference vanished from Vox channels in abrupt increments. Mutated cloud formations that had rolled above Cadia for days began losing colors no natural atmosphere had ever possessed. Bruised violet drained from the heavens. Veins of red lightning guttered and failed. The impossible shapes glimpsed between storm fronts receded as though dragged backward through a closing wound. For the first time since the 13th Black Crusade descended upon the fortress world, the sky became merely a sky, blackened by smoke, illuminated by orbital fire, and filled with the wreckage of ships, yet stripped of the malignant unreality that had hung over every horizon. Reality became brutally solid. Gravity was gravity. Distance was distance. Flesh obeyed the laws of matter again. The galaxy, for a few kilometers around the strongest nodes, stopped permitting chaos to negotiate. The demons suffered first. A pack of warp-spawned things that had been running beside a Black Legion assault company vanished while charging across a shattered trench line. Their bodies did not explode. They flickered, became translucent, and collapsed inward as if whatever sustained them had been removed from the universe. Horns, talons, and distended jaws became after-images hanging in the air before nothing remained. A possessed legionary farther west staggered so violently that his brothers believed he had been shot. The horned growths fused to his helm began receding into softened ceramite. Fingers that had become hooked claws spasmed back toward the shape of gauntlets. Something inside him screamed through his mouth with a voice that was not his own. Then the second voice was gone. The warrior remained standing, but whatever had shared his flesh had been torn away so suddenly that he dropped his bolter and clawed at his chest as though trying to open himself and put the missing thing back. Sorcerers suffered differently. One raised a hand toward advancing immortals and called for witchfire that had obeyed him for centuries. Nothing happened. The gesture remained. The immortals did not. Gauss fire reduced him from chest to pelvis before his disbelief became fear. Ordinary legionaries kept fighting. They were slower only where mutations, demonic strength, or sorcerous augmetics had become integral to their bodies. Those still fundamentally Astartes remained what they had always been, warriors engineered for murder before the Horus heresy had ever taught them to bargain with the warp. Yet even they understood the change. Their armor suddenly felt quieter. Vox channels lost the low whisper of things that had never possessed transmitters. Runes etched into weapons dimmed. Talismans cut from enemy skin became nothing more than dead flesh. One black legionary looked down at the chain blade in his hand as the faces carved into its casing stopped moving. He stared for half a heartbeat, then revved the weapon and buried it through a Necron warrior's neck. The chain blade worked without prayer. The mortals fared worse. Thousands had lived for years beneath the constant pressure of gods that whispered to them through dreams, wounds, smoke, drugs, and madness. Their entire conception of reality required an audience. When that audience vanished, faith became terror. Cultists stumbled in the middle of assaults and began screaming invocations into empty air. Some fell to their knees in mud layered with corpses and raised severed hands toward the sky. Others drew knives and opened their own flesh, slicing symbols into chests, faces, and tongues in desperate attempts to recover the sensation of being observed. One priest hacked 2 fingers from his left hand and held the bleeding stumps toward the heavens, shrieking praise until a Necron gorse beam removed his head. Another cut opened his abdomen and dragged a loop of intestine into his palms, offering the steaming organ to powers that could no longer hear him. He collapsed before finishing the prayer. The black legionaries behind them walked over his body. Abaddon watched the panic without slowing. "Forward," he said. A cultist officer turned towards him through a face striped with blood. "War Master, the gods have abandoned..." The talon of Horus fired once. The man's head burst behind him. "Forward!" That command traveled farther than the shot. The remaining mortals moved. Trazyn felt the activation through the pylon network and allowed himself satisfaction, not triumph. Triumph was emotional shorthand for beings without the patience to understand process. The pylons remained vulnerable. Several nodes were damaged. Abaddon still possessed enough conventional firepower to threaten the entire network. Yet the principle had been proven. Reality could be reinforced. The immaterium could be pressed backward. The galaxy did not have to remain hostage to entities whose principal contribution to history consisted of turning everything nearby into screaming meat. He intercepted the Black Legion command frequency again. Noticeably quieter, is it not? Abaddon recognized the voice immediately. Trazyn continued. The galaxy improves considerably when maintained by someone competent. Abaddon stood within the hull-down shelter of a ruined Cadian command station, while tactical feeds shifted across his visor. He did not answer the insult. "War Master," Cordus asked over a secondary channel, "target the control nodes." "Which?" "All confirmed interfaces. Prioritize anything linking the Blackstone to active Necron machinery." Trazyn waited for a threat. None came. Abaddon continued issuing orders. Vindicators take the western pylon supports. Havocs fire on translation pylons and dimensional relays. Predators engage Necron armor only when it obstructs those targets. No ammunition is to be spent on infantry that can be bypassed. Trazyn's amusement thinned. Abaddon had understood the fundamental weakness. The null field appeared supernatural to human senses because it interfered with the supernatural, but its operation still depended upon material structures, energy transmission, and control. That made it vulnerable to artillery. The first demolisher shells struck moments later. A pylon interface vanished beneath a blast, powerful enough to excavate the surrounding earth. Scarabs poured toward the damaged structure. Heavy bolters cut them apart before they reached it. Lascanon beams hit a relay node and turned its upper half into incandescent fragments. The null field did not collapse, but one region of pressure weakened enough for distant sorcerous flames to flicker back into existence. Trazyn changed the battlefield. He had prepared for Abaddon's advance since their last engagement, but the War Master's refusal to chase him required the trap to be built around objectives rather than pride. Stasis emitters had been buried along the central corridor. Lichguard occupied positions that looked defensive, but were angled to close behind an advancing spearhead. Deathmarks waited in dimensional oubliettes with specific instructions. Officers and escorts were valid targets. Abaddon was not. Concealed tesseract devices lay beneath ruined armor and corpses, their containment geometries calibrated not to destroy, but to remove. The corridor looked imperfect deliberately. One flank appeared weakened. One relay remained suspiciously exposed. A Necron withdrawal route had been left open. Abaddon studied it for 9 seconds. "It is a capture lane," Corda said. "Yes. We should bypass it." "No." The captain looked toward the tactical projection. "My War Master. He wants me alive." Cordus understood. That changed everything. An enemy intending to kill Abaddon could saturate the corridor with Gauss fire, collapse the pylon passage, detonate the entire approach, or reduce the area to molten ruin. An enemy intending capture had restrictions. Fields had to preserve the target. Fire lanes had to avoid catastrophic damage. Kill zones could be lethal to escorts, but not indiscriminate. Trazyn's desire had become predictable. Abaddon advanced into the trap. Terminators moved around him in a dense wedge, combi weapons raised. Legionaries followed behind with melter charges and demolition equipment. Mortal auxiliaries occupied the rear because their lives possessed the least tactical value and because their bodies would reveal hidden firing lines. The first stasis emitter activated beneath them. 3 mortals froze in mid-stride. One had already begun falling after Gauss fire opened his stomach. He remained suspended with both hands gripping loops of bowel slipping through the wound, blood droplets hanging around him like dark jewels. The Terminators walked past. Death marks fired. A Black Legion officer fell with his nervous system extinguished. Another lost motor function and struck the ground face first, his armor locking around him. Abaddon did not look away from the corridor. Mark vectors. Havocs outside the approach received coordinates. Autocannon shells and Lascannon fire hammered empty-seeming positions. One Deathmark emerged from hyperspace into the middle of the saturation and was blasted apart before it could complete translation. Then the first Tesseract field closed. 4 Terminators vanished. The transition took less than a heartbeat. One warrior was firing at a Lich Guard when emerald planes intersected his body. His muzzle flash froze, folded, and disappeared with him. The warrior beside him turned to grab his brother's pauldron and caught nothing but empty air. "Captured," Cordus voxed. Abaddon kept moving. "Their transponders are gone." "I know." "We may be able to recover." "No." The answer was so immediate that Corda stopped speaking. Behind them, another Terminator disappeared, then another. Trazyn observed from several linked hosts and noted the absence of reaction. He had expected anger, not necessarily strategic stupidity, but at minimum some symbolic effort to recover warriors who had served the War Master across centuries. Abaddon did not even turn. The Collector adjusted his estimation. "Interesting," he murmured. The cryptech beside his primary host asked, "What?" "He does not value them enough." "His elite." "He values their function, not their continued possession." The distinction bothered Trazyn more than he expected. Possession was the foundation of value. Abaddon apparently believed usefulness could end. The War Master continued deeper beneath the pylon. The architecture changed around him. Imperial walls gave way to blackstone passages, whose surfaces carried faint internal luminescence. The air felt dead. Drachenyan dragged against his grip like a blade submerged beneath deep water. Its voice had become almost inaudible. Abaddon did not loosen his hold. He remembered carrying bolter and blade before demons had spoken his name with fear. He remembered Chthoniya. He remembered the Legion before it became a rebellion, Terror before it became a shrine, Horus before worshippers turned failure into myth. The sword was useful. It was not the source of him. A Lich-Guard lunged from an alcove. Abaddon caught the war scythe beneath the talon, twisted and drove the Necron shoulder first into the wall. Blackstone cracked. He fired point blank into its thorax until the torso opened into green-lit ruin. Drachenyan passed through the neck with reduced supernatural fury, but no loss of physical lethality. The head fell. Abaddon stepped over it. The corridor widened into a chamber beneath one of the largest pylons in the theatre. Black stone columns rose beyond sight. No imperial construction remained. The floor was cut with lines that formed geometries his helm could map but not explain. The null field here was crushing. A possessed legionary behind him screamed once and collapsed. Whatever entity had occupied him vanished so completely that the warrior's mutated body lost structural coherence. Horned flesh softened. Armor seams ruptured. The corpse folded into itself, blood spilling across the floor. "Leave him," Abaddon said. The surviving Terminators spread out. Trazyn appeared on the far side of the chamber, not from concealment, not as a firing solution. He simply walked into view carrying the empathic obliterator. Abaddon stopped. "So," Trazyn said, "you came. You left a road. I was concerned subtlety might be wasted." Abaddon looked across the chamber. "You could have collapsed the tunnel." "Yes." "You could have concentrated your weapons here." "Yes." "You did neither." Trazyn's ocular fires brightened. The War Master understood. That was satisfying. Abaddon raised Drachenyan slightly. The blade barely whispered. "You still want the collection piece. I prefer specimen. You prefer theft with better terminology." Trazyn moved one hand from the empathic obliterator. The walls answered. Stasis emitters ignited around the chamber in layered sequences. Lich-Guard phased into alcoves behind the Black Legion. Deathmark targeting glyphs appeared briefly across Abaddon's helm sensors before vanishing again. Tesseract anchors rose from the floor like pieces of black metal growing upward from stone. Abaddon's Terminators opened fire. Bolter rounds struck Lich-Guard shields. Plasma illuminated the chamber white. One Deathmark killed a legionary before Havoc coordinates could even be transmitted. A stasis pulse froze another warrior from the waist down while his upper body continued firing. The transition between moving and unmoving matter tearing armor seals and flesh apart. Blood sprayed from the boundary in a thin arc. Abaddon ignored everything except Trazyn. The Collector touched the final control. The labyrinth awakened. Geometry unfolded around the chamber. Not like the smaller tesseract fields used on the battlefield. This was deeper, older. The walls seemed to retreat while simultaneously closing in. Distance fractured into overlapping planes. Blackstone became transparent, then infinite, then impossibly near. Abaddon saw copies of the chamber inside itself, each containing another Abaddon standing beneath another pylon, beneath another dying Cadia. His helm filled with error runes. Range became meaningless. The surviving Black Legionaries fired into shapes that might have been Necrons or reflections or possible futures. One disappeared, then another. Abaddon felt the field closing around his armor. Drachenyan screamed at last. The sound was weak but furious. Trazyn stood beyond the folding geometry, perfectly still. No Gorse weapon targeted Abaddon's heart. No death mark aimed at his skull. No particle beam prepared to vaporize him. That absence told him more than any threat could have. Trazyn did not intend to kill the War Master. He intended to remove him, not from Cadia, from history. Abaddon looked through the collapsing dimensions at the Necron waiting to own him. His grip tightened around the talon of Horus. The labyrinth closed. The labyrinth closed around Abaddon without touching him. That was the first obscenity of it. There was no wall, no barrier, no impact against his armor. Yet the chamber beneath the pylon ceased to obey distance. Blackstone columns stretched away into impossible depth, while remaining close enough for the talon of Horus to touch. The floor divided into overlapping planes, some beneath his boots, others rising vertically through the air before folding back into themselves. His helm filled with contradictory range data. One target rune placed Trazyn 12 paces ahead. Another insisted the Necron stood more than a kilometer away. A third flickered between both answers before collapsing into static. Abaddon ignored all of them. He had seen the warp lie to vision before. This was not the warp, but deception remained. Deception regardless of whether it came from demon, machine, or alien mathematics. He centered himself upon what did not change. The weight of Terminator plate upon his shoulders, the drag of Drachnian in his right hand, the crack in his breastplate where the empathic obliterator had struck him, the rhythm of his two hearts, the pressure of his boots against Blackstone. Reality could fold. His body remained where it was. Trazyn appeared to his left, then above him, then behind a column that had not existed an instant earlier. "You are taking this rather well," the Collector said. His voice came from every direction with the same infuriating calm. "Most specimens attempt to run." Abaddon turned only when his armor detected actual displacement of air. A stasis pulse struck his left arm. The talon froze halfway through motion, not slowed, stopped. The rest of him moved around the immobilized limb for the fraction of a second before the field released, wrenching shoulder muscles beneath the armor hard enough to tear tissue. Pain flashed white. Abaddon pivoted, and Drachnian cut through the emitter protruding from the wall. Green light burst across the chamber. A second pulse struck his right greave. He tore the leg free before full temporal lock could establish, armor screaming as half the knee assembly remained frozen while the rest moved. Warning glyphs flooded his vision. Lichguard emerged from the geometry. They did not charge as warriors seeking honor. They moved as components of a mechanism. One attacked high. Another blocked the corridor behind him. A third simply stood where Abaddon's most efficient retreat would have placed him. Their purpose was not to win. It was to turn him. He understood this after killing the first. Drachnian severed the Guardian through the abdomen and left the wound blackened beneath the null field. The second took the talon across its shield, dispersion energy flashing so brightly that the chamber became a frozen negative image. Abaddon closed the claws around the shield rim and ripped the entire arm from the machine. The third struck his back with a war scythe, carving through trophy racks and outer plate. He turned, seized it by the throat and smashed its skull against the black stone floor. The body was still trying to rise when scarabs erupted from a seam beside his boot. They swarmed his armor joints. Tiny metal bodies climbed beneath overlapping plates, attacking power couplings, fiber bundles and seals that even Gorse fire had failed to reach. Abaddon dropped to one knee and crushed dozens against the floor. More disappeared beneath the damaged section of his breastplate. He felt armor pressure change as something severed a cable near his ribs. The talon's internal targeting display flickered. He drove the claws into his own chest plate and tore away a section of already damaged ornamentation, exposing the scarabs beneath. Black Legion autosenses identified 6. Draconian's edge scraped across the armor and destroyed 4. He plucked another from the wound with the talon's claws and crushed it. The last vanished deeper into the plate. Abaddon did not waste time searching. "You are avoiding me," he said. Trazyn stepped from behind a wall that folded out of nowhere. "I am using the environment. You are hiding behind it. I have found those concepts differ mainly according to who is losing." Abaddon moved before Trazyn finished speaking. He did not pursue the visible image. He tracked the distortion beneath it, the fractional difference in acoustic return from the Blackstone, the one set of footfalls that produced pressure through the floor. The talons struck through the illusion and closed around something solid. Trazyn's chest entered the claws. The Necron's posture changed for the first time. Abaddon squeezed. Necrodermis collapsed inward. Metallic ribs buckled. Green light poured between the talon's fingers as internal mechanisms ruptured under pressure designed to break Terminator armor. Trazyn struck with the empathic obliterator. Abaddon caught the haft beneath his forearm, twisted, and drove the Necron backward. The Collector's feet scored black lines across the floor. Reanimation protocols began flowing toward the crushed thorax. Abaddon did not give them time. Draconian swept low. The blade passed through both of Trazyn's legs above the knees. The severed lower limbs remained standing for a fraction of a second while the torso fell. Abaddon drove the talon deeper into the chest and crushed until the spine snapped. Trazyn transferred before the body touched the ground. The host behind Abaddon awakened instantly. The empathic obliterator struck his damaged breastplate with both hands. The blow caved the armor inward. Abaddon left the floor and crossed the chamber through a geometry that stretched under his flight. He struck a blackstone wall hard enough to fracture it. The interior of his suit became pain and blood. Something had torn beneath his ribs. One of his secondary armor braces had punched inward through muscle. His left lung compressed. Blood filled the lower edge of his helm as internal pressure seals failed around his gorget. The suit's medici systems injected clotting agents, stimulants, and pain suppressants. His first breath came wet. Trazyn approached through the folding corridor. "You continue to demonstrate the primary weakness of organic construction." Abaddon rose. "Repair latency," Trazyn continued. "You accumulate damage. I replace the container." The War Master spat blood inside his helm. Trazyn raised the obliterator. Abaddon caught it. The talon's claws closed around the staff shaft inches from his face. Ancient energies shrieked against the power fields. Trazyn attempted to rotate the weapon free. Abaddon pulled instead. The Necron came forward. Abaddon drove his helmet into Trazyn's face. The impact cracked the surrogate's death mask down the center. Green ocular light flashed erratically. Trazyn recoiled. Abaddon held the staff trapped beneath the talon, seized the Necron's right arm with his other hand, and tore. Necrodermis stretched. Internal coupling snapped. The arm came free at the shoulder in a spray of emerald energy. Trazyn looked down at the missing limb. That was excessive. Abaddon struck him across the face with the severed arm. The first blow dented the skull. The second broke the lower jaw free. The third drove the Necron into the wall. Abaddon discarded the limb and raised Draconian. The host went empty. A lich guard farther down the impossible corridor straightened as Trazyn entered it. Abaddon saw the transfer and stopped. The Collector's new body examined the ruined shell, then looked back at him. "There is a pattern developing." "There is. You destroy bodies. You replace them." "Yes. So neither of us is learning anything." Trazyn inclined his head. "Not entirely true. I am learning that you bleed very efficiently. Abaddon felt the truth of it. Blood had pooled inside his armor beneath the damaged breastplate. Each breath ground a broken rib against tissue already knitting under Astarte's physiology. His left arm responded a fraction slower where the stasis pulse had strained the shoulder. Armor power levels had fallen. One scarab remained somewhere within the suit, intermittently severing systems. Trazyn, by comparison, now occupied a fresh body. That was the trap beneath the trap. Not merely dimensional imprisonment, attrition. Trazyn did not need to defeat him in a single exchange. He needed only to continue. Living organisms tire, the collector said, as though explaining an elementary principle to a slow pupil. They bleed, they accumulate trauma, they suffer biochemical degradation under stress. Their reaction time declines. Eventually, they become still. Abaddon took another breath. Machines, Trazyn continued, merely require another vessel. You are not a machine. The Necron's head tilted. That is almost philosophical. You remember too much to be one. For perhaps the first time, Trazyn did not answer immediately. Abaddon saw the hesitation. Small. Real. Then the labyrinth tightened. Blackstone planes moved without moving. The corridor behind Abaddon vanished. The floor beneath him became a translucent surface through which he saw copies of the chamber descending into impossible depth. Stasis fields struck in sequence. One froze a segment of his trophy rack. Another locked his left shoulder for half a heartbeat. A third caught Drachnion's blade and suspended it in the air while his hand remained free. The demon weapon screamed inside his thoughts. Abaddon pulled. Nothing. The Tesseract field closed another fraction. His helm reported no escape route. For the first time since entering the chamber, Abaddon understood that Trazyn might succeed. Not kill him. Worse, capture him. The thought produced no panic. It produced calculation. He remembered the order given before entering the pylon structure, an order Cordus had questioned because the warriors receiving it had been told almost nothing. Track every anchor. Do not engage until signaled. If I disappear, destroy them anyway. Outside the labyrinth, surviving Black Legion. Terminators waited amid corridors filled with Necron dead. Their Auspex systems had marked dimensional emitters through interference, triangulating each time Trazyn folded the chamber. They knew the price of the order. Necron defense positions covered every anchor. Destroying them required standing in open fire lanes. Abaddon opened the command channel. Static answered. He forced more power through the damaged Vox. One word emerged. Now. The Terminators obeyed. The first squad charged an emitter beneath Immortal Gorse fire. One warrior lost his right arm before reaching half the distance. Another had his torso stripped open layer by layer, black ceramite vanishing to expose ribs and both beating hearts before the beam consumed them. He fell without slowing the others. The squad leader reached the anchor and drove a chain fist into its base. Living metal screamed. A lich guard cut him through the waist. His upper body remained hanging from the chain fist while the weapon continued chewing through the machine under its own locked trigger. The second squad attacked from another corridor. Death marks fired. One Terminator's head vanished into green light. Another lost half his chest. A third reached the emitter carrying melter charges and detonated them manually after a war scythe entered his abdomen. The blast vaporized him. It also destroyed the anchor. Inside the labyrinth, reality tore. One wall became 3, and then none. Abaddon ripped Drachnion free of the failing stasis field. Another anchor exploded. The floor buckled. Trazyn turned. That moment was enough. Abaddon crossed the chamber. The talons struck Trazyn's new host beneath the jaw, lifting the Necron from the ground. Trazyn rose for the killing stroke. Then Abaddon stopped. Trazyn hung in his grasp, one hand locked around the War Master's wrist. "You finally understand," the Collector said. "Yes." Abaddon threw him aside. Not mercy, priorities. The War Master turned on the machinery. The Talon of Horus punched through the first control node and tore its internal lattice out in a knot of glowing conduits. Trazyn severed the second. Blackstone interfaces flashed. A dimensional relay collapsed into sparks. Abaddon fired into another until the casing opened, then crushed the exposed core beneath one boot. Trazyn rose. "Stop!" Abaddon destroyed another node. The Collector's voice changed. "Stop!" Not louder, colder. Abaddon looked toward him. Trazyn glanced between the failing labyrinth controls and the pylon interface linked to them. There it was. The choice: continue the duel, or preserve the objective. Abaddon smiled through blood. Trazyn moved toward the pylon controls. The War Master had won nothing. That was the point. He had forced Trazyn to decide what mattered. The Necron abandoned pursuit long enough to reroute power away from the collapsing capture network. Green light spread through Blackstone channels. Scarabs flooded from wall apertures and began repairing damaged interfaces. The labyrinth failed completely. Distance returned. The chamber became merely enormous. Abaddon stepped backward as surviving Terminators reached him. Fewer than half those assigned to the anchors remained. Several carried wounds that would eventually kill even Astartes. One had no left arm. Another's abdominal armor had been torn away, exposing cauterized flesh beneath. "Withdraw," Abaddon ordered. The nearest Terminator looked toward Trazyn. "My War Master, the Xenos." "Withdraw." The pylons surged. A pressure wave crossed the chamber. Trazyn became almost unbearably heavy. The demon's voice vanished from Abaddon's thoughts. Warp-tainted trophies dulled across the Terminator's armor. One warrior, whose mutations had been hidden beneath ceramite, screamed and collapsed as his altered physiology failed. Trazyn stood beside the stabilizing interface. "You retreat." Abaddon continued toward the tunnel. "How disappointing," Trazyn said. The War Master stopped. He turned. The Collector stood framed by green light beneath a structure older than the human species. Around him, Blackstone resonated. The null field strengthened. For this moment, the chamber belonged to Trazyn. "You held the ground," Abaddon said. Trazyn's head inclined. "Yes." Abaddon looked upward, as though he could see through kilometers of stone to Cadia's burning sky. "Ground. Can break." Trazyn went still. The War Master turned away. Behind him, the pylons continued to awaken. Ahead, the Black Legion withdrew from the Nexus in disciplined ranks, carrying wounded brothers only when doing so did not slow the retreat. The dead remained where they had fallen. Necron fire followed them until corridor geometry shielded the survivors. Trazyn watched Abaddon disappear. He had preserved the pylon junction. He had driven chaos from the immediate Nexus. He had nearly captured the War Master. By every local measure, the engagement was his. Yet Abaddon's final words remained inside his engrams longer than they should have. Ground can break. Trazyn looked down at Cadia's ancient Blackstone beneath his feet. For the first time since the pylons had begun to awaken, the Collector considered not how Abaddon might take them. He considered what the despoiler might do if he decided he no longer needed Cadia to survive. Abaddon returned to the Strategium with blood drying beneath his armor and no intention of reclaiming the ground he had just lost. The surviving Terminators came with him through withdrawal corridors choked by corpses. their black plates scored by Gauss fire and blackstone dust, several carrying wounds that would have killed lesser warriors before they crossed the first kilometre. Drachonian remained unnaturally quiet in the War Master's hand. The strengthening pylon network had reduced the daemon's voice to the faintest pressure behind his thoughts, a distant hatred unable to cross the gulf opening between the immaterium and real space. Abaddon sheathed the blade and stepped over a dying cultist whose lower body had been removed by Gauss fire. The man clawed at the War Master's greave as he passed, leaving red streaks across black ceramite. "War Master," he gasped. Abaddon did not look down. He had already left the duel behind him. Trazyn had held the pylon nexus. The Necron had made continued assault progressively more expensive, while the null field deprived chaos of demonic reinforcement, sorcery, and the madness that made half its war engines possible. Another commander might have called for reserves. Another champion might have sworn vengeance and thrown thousands more warriors into the Blackstone tunnels to prove that retreat had been temporary. Abaddon had spent 10,000 years watching such men become corpses. The strategium received him in red emergency light. Its hololithic displays showed Cadia as a layered wound, continents divided into active fronts, fortress complexes flashing between contested and destroyed, orbital icons colliding above the atmosphere in a storm of warships, wreckage, and weapons fire. Black Legion commanders spoke across encrypted channels, some demanding reinforcement, others reporting pylon suppression so severe that sorcerers had become little more than armoured infantry. The Elysian fields glowed with Necron activity. Abaddon studied the region for several seconds, then reduced it to a smaller part of the display. He had already learned what mattered. The pylons could be awakened. Their effect could spread. They could make the eye itself retreat from the boundaries imposed upon it. If Cadia remained whole and the network reached full strength, the fortress world would continue performing the function that had frustrated the long war for millennia. That was unacceptable. "My War Master," Cordus said, his voice distorted by damage to his helm. "The Eastern armor groups can be redirected for another attempt." "No. The null concentration is weakening along the southern route." "No." Cordus paused. He had learned not to mistake repetition for invitation. Abaddon enlarged the orbital display. There, among the burning constellations of dying vessels and tumbling debris, hung what remained of the Blackstone fortress known as the Will of Eternity. The ancient construct had been broken. Vast portions of its structure had been opened to vacuum, internal systems ruptured, impossible architecture reduced to jagged wreckage large enough to dwarf Imperial warships. It had once been a weapon of terrifying scale, a relic from ages before mankind possessed language enough to describe the civilization that built it. Now it drifted above Cadia, wounded, but not irrelevant. Abaddon looked at the mass estimates, then the trajectory, then Cadia. Cordus understood before anyone else spoke. "My War Master." Abaddon's expression remained unchanged. "Redirect the wreckage." Silence filled the command channel. Not uncertainty. Recognition. A warlord farther down the hololithic table turned his helm toward Abaddon. "Into the orbital defense grid." "Into Cadia." The meaning spread through the strategium like poison entering blood. Commanders who had butchered cities without hesitation looked toward the planet display. Hundreds of thousands of traitor troops remained on the surface within their own sectors alone. Across the wider war, the numbers were vastly greater. Black legionaries, cult armies, renegade regiments, armored groups. Demon engines, warbands sworn to dozens of masters, siege batteries, supply hosts, and mortal slaves all continued fighting beneath Cadia's poisoned skies. Cordus looked toward the Elysian fields. The Legion is still deployed. Yes. There will not be time to recover every formation. No. Abaddon manipulated the hololith with the Talon. The projected wreckage began moving across the display toward a new descent vector. Recover what can reach extraction without affecting the strike. Nothing else. No one argued. That was the moment the war changed. Across Cadia, orders arrived without explanation. Thunderhawks and corrupted landing craft abandoned secondary missions and redirected toward extraction zones. Teleportaria aboard surviving warships began cycling until capacitors overheated. Black Legion units nearest viable withdrawal corridors disengaged with ruthless efficiency. Those farther away received nothing beyond updated strategic priorities and the command to continue fighting. Some understood, most did not. Mortal commanders watched Astartes' transports rise without them and began demanding clarification over Vox channels already drowning in artillery interference. Cultists saw Black Legion armor withdraw from positions it had ordered them to hold and interpreted the movement as preparation for some greater revelation. Priests climbed wrecked vehicles and screamed that the War Master had chosen them as witnesses to ascension. Men cheered beneath banners made from human skin, while high above, the broken mass of the will of eternity began to fall. The first signs appeared in the heavens. A new star entered Cadia's sky. It grew visibly. Orbital wreckage had been falling for days, but this was different. The burning mass did not tumble randomly through the atmosphere. It came with purpose. Its leading edge became a white spear of atmospheric fire, while fragments tore free and spread behind it like the tail of a comet. Cadian officers recognized the trajectory. So did traitor artillerymen. The cheering stopped. A cult priest stood atop a tank hull, both arms raised toward the descending light. "The War Master delivers judgment." The tank commander beneath him looked upward through cracked optics and understood more quickly. "He's killing us." The priest turned. "What?" "He's killing all of us." The first fragment struck beyond the horizon. The ground rose, not shook, rose. Men were lifted from their feet as though the planet had kicked beneath them. Trenches split open. Artillery pieces shifted sideways across their firing platforms. A damaged chimera rolled into a crater and crushed 3 wounded soldiers beneath its hull. Then the sound arrived. It came as a pressure wall. The cult priest vanished from the tank before anyone saw what hit him. His flesh tore from the bones of his face. The bones followed. Men around the vehicle were thrown across the ground, limbs breaking at angles that left white splinters protruding through skin. One soldier struck a ferrocrete barrier head first and burst his skull against it, grey matter spreading across the wall in a thick fan. The real impact had not happened yet. Trazyn detected the trajectory almost immediately. The pylon chamber around him trembled as distant atmospheric entry registered through the Blackstone network. His engrams solved the relevant calculations before the first human warning systems completed their alarms. Mass, velocity, angle, structural integrity of Cadia's crust, probability of survivable impact. The conclusion was absolute. "Oh," Trazyn said. The cryptech beside him turned. "Lord, the Vandal has changed media." Trazyn expanded the orbital data. The will of eternity filled the projection. For perhaps half a second, the collector remained motionless. Then every humor protocol vanished from his tone. "Archive the active pylon matrices. Complete copies. Prioritize operational sequences. Blackstone resonance harmonics, and all recovered pre-human control architecture. What of the surface cohorts? Recover those carrying irreplaceable artifacts. The others, leave them. The cryptech paused. Trazyn turned his skull. Cadia is dead. I am not interested in accompanying it. Canoptech scarabs flooded through the chamber, abandoning repairs and attaching themselves to data interfaces. Streams of ancient information passed into dimensional storage. Trazyn opened retrieval pathways towards selected assets across the battlefield. One Lichguard phalanx disappeared in green light because 2 members carried dynastic weapons he considered difficult to replace. 3 immortal cohorts received no extraction signal at all. Above them, the sky became white. The main body of the fortress struck. For an instant, there was no Cadia, no war, no Imperium, no chaos, no Necrons, only light. The horizon became a continuous wall of radiance. Fortresses that had survived centuries of siege vanished beneath the expanding shock front. Mountains split open. Stone faces kilometers high sheared away and descended in avalanches large enough to bury armies. The crust fractured around the impact zone with violence beyond artillery, beyond orbital bombardment, beyond anything mortal soldiers could comprehend as a weapon. Men close enough to see the central flash cease to exist. Bodies became vapor before nerves could transmit pain. Tanks became expanding clouds of molten metal. Bunkers full of screaming defenders disappeared with the hills built over them. Farther away, death remained slow enough to be understood. The pressure waves struck trench systems and tore men apart in ranks. Skin peeled from faces. Eyes burst inside sockets. Lungs collapsed beneath pressure intense enough to crack ribs inward. One Black Legion cultist tried to hold a barricade and had both arms ripped from the shoulders before his body followed, spinning through the air while blood streamed from the empty joints. Armoured vehicles tumbled across the ground. A Lehman Russ rose onto its side, rolled twice, and came down turret first upon a mass of retreating infantry. Bodies vanished beneath 60 tons of armour. Blood erupted around the hull in broad red sheets. The tank rolled again, leaving flattened human shapes pressed into the earth. A Land Raider endured longer. The shockwave shoved it backwards while its tracks still turned forward. The vehicle struck a broken pylon support. Armour buckled and one side opened. 2 Black Legionaries were thrown from the troop compartment. One struck the ground and rose. The second landed beneath the Land Raider as the vehicle rolled. Terminator-grade bone and ceramite resisted for an instant before the hull crushed him. Armour burst. Blood and organ tissue sprayed from joints in the black plate as the tank settled over what remained. The world continued breaking. Beneath Trazyn's feet, Blackstone screamed, not audibly, structurally. The pylon network had survived wars fought before mammals ruled terror. It had endured tectonic movement, erosion, human construction, orbital bombardment, and the gradual failure of systems no living species had properly maintained. It had not been designed to survive the planet tearing itself apart. The first primary conduit fractured. Trazyn felt it vanish from the network. Then another. Resonance collapsed out of sequence. Some pylons surged wildly as they attempted to compensate. Others went dark. One black monolith visible through a surface feed split down the middle while the ground opened beneath it. The structure fell into the widening fissure, both halves striking exposed rock until they disappeared into incandescent depths. The null field faltered. Drachnian screamed. Abaddon heard it aboard the withdrawing command vessel as the warp rushed back toward Cadia. The return was not gradual. The immaterium struck the broken world like water through a ruptured dam. Sorcerous flame reappeared across battlefields in violent eruptions. Possessed warriors who had fallen silent convulsed as demons forced themselves back into flesh. Some bodies could not survive the return. One legionary split along the spine as wings erupted from his back, vertebrae and armor fragments spraying around him. Another's jaw tore open to the sternum when the entity returning to him no longer fit the human shape it had abandoned. Demons manifested among soldiers already running from earthquakes. Blood letters appeared inside collapsing trenches and hacked apart men too terrified to resist. Warp-spawned predators formed from smoke, corpses and shadow, dragging survivors into fissures filled with unnatural light. The planet killed them at the same time. Ground opened beneath demons and mortals alike. Fortifications slid into cracks wider than city avenues. Burning vehicles fell for seconds before striking anything. Entire formations disappeared beneath landslides of broken crust. There was no longer a battle. There was only extinction with banners. Trazyn lost contact with 3 stored detachments at once. The loss registered as inventory failure. That angered him more than the casualty projections, showing human deaths rising through numbers beyond meaningful individual comprehension. One released Xenos cohort vanished beneath a tectonic rupture before retrieval. Irreplaceable. A captured Imperial command group was incinerated by atmospheric fire. Replaceable in principle, but irritating. A stasis tableau containing dying warriors from the earlier bombardment lost dimensional coherence when the local anchor shattered. That one made Trazyn stop. The frozen explosion vanished. The suspended blood. The opened bodies. The exact historical moment he had selected. Gone. He looked toward the collapsing pylon interface. Enough. The remaining data finished transferring. Trazyn selected his final recoveries. The cryptech looked towards surface feeds where immortals still fought amid splitting ground. What of them? Trazyn did not turn. They are where history requires them to be. Green light enclosed the chamber. Translation began. Blackstone cracked beneath Trazyn's feet as his consciousness and selected assets withdrew from Cadia. He did not flee. There was simply nothing left worth accomplishing by remaining. A destroyed surrogate could be replaced. Lost information could not. The chamber vanished around him. Moments later, the roof collapsed into the space where Trazyn the Infinite had stood. Cadia continued dying. Abaddon watched from orbit. The fortress world had become a broken sphere veined with fire. Fractures spread visibly across its crust. Atmosphere bled into space. Continents burned beneath storms of debris, while the remnants of the pylon network disappeared one by one from tactical displays. Around the War Master, Black Legion officers remained silent. No one offered congratulations. No one needed to. Abaddon stood before the viewing aperture with the talon of Horus resting at his side. Trazyn had held the Nexus. The Collector had awakened the pylons. The Necron had driven chaos from ground the War Master could no longer profitably take. None of it mattered. The world beneath them cracked wider. Drachnian whispered again, its voice strengthening as the Immaterium flooded the collapsing Cadian gate. Abaddon watched the fortress world's death without smiling. He had not won the ground. He had destroyed the need to win it. The Black Legion fleet sailed through a sky that no longer possessed the right to be called whole. Cadia turned beneath them in ruin, a broken world split by incandescent wounds where its crust had opened and its atmosphere burned away into space. The fortress planet that had stood at the threshold of the Eye for 10,000 years was coming apart in slow, irreversible convulsions, continents deforming beneath tectonic collapse while oceans boiled against exposed mantle, and fragments of mountain ranges spun into the void trailing fire. Around the dying world, the surviving vessels of the 13th Black Crusade gathered in ragged formations. Some carried wounds that would have condemned lesser ships to scuttling. Others drifted on reduced engines while slave crews and servitors fought fires inside kilometers of fractured hull. Debris fields surrounded them. Imperial wreckage, traitor wreckage, fragments of the will of eternity, pieces of stations, transports, defense monitors, and warships whose names would never be recovered. Somewhere below, armies still lived for a few final minutes upon a planet already beyond saving. Their voices reached orbit in bursts of broken Vox traffic until one by one. The channels went silent. Abaddon stood within the strategium of his command vessel, while artificers cut ruined plate from his armor. He had refused removal of the warplate in its entirety. Too many enemies remained. Instead, servitor arms worked around him, mag clamps holding fractured sections open, while black-robed armorers replaced damaged fiber bundles and sealed wounds in ceramite that had endured weapons from the heresy, the Long War, and the alien technologies of Trazyn's labyrinth. The worst damage lay across his chest. The empathic obliterator had caved part of the Terminator plate inward, and when the shattered armor was lifted away, it revealed flesh dark with bruising from sternum to ribs. Several wounds had already closed beneath the brutal efficiency of Astarte's physiology. Others remained raw. One rib had healed crooked enough that an armorer requested permission to break and reset it. Abaddon permitted the procedure without comment. The servitor drove a mechanical brace against his side. Bone snapped. His expression did not change. Blood gathered beneath the new seal before coagulant slowed it. The talon of Horus remained fitted to his arm throughout. Drachnian rested within reach. Reports arrived continuously. Entire warbands unaccounted for. Armored companies lost during the final withdrawal. Mortal formations erased by the impact. Demon engines abandoned under the null field and swallowed by Cadia's collapse. Several Black Legion vessels crippled in the orbital chaos. Corda stood near the hololithic display, receiving the figures with the expression of a warrior listening to weather. "The 8th Spear reports less than a third of its legionaries recovered," he said. "The remaining transports were caught below the atmosphere." Abaddon looked toward Cadia through the projection. "They were already dead." Cordus nodded. Another officer entered, helm tucked beneath one arm, armor still wet with battlefield blood. "The Necron withdrew before the final collapse." His lip curled. So much for the infinite. The metal coward fled when the world began to break. Abaddon turned his head. The officer did not immediately understand his mistake. "Coward?" the War Master asked. The word was quiet. The officer straightened. "He abandoned the field. He abandoned a lost objective." The officer said nothing. Abaddon stepped away from the armorer working at his ribs. The servitor arm followed until its limits forced it to stop. "You think retreat is cowardice because you have survived too few wars to understand the difference between courage and waste." His gaze moved to the cracked eye of Horus reflected in the hololith. Trazyn held the pylons until Cadia ceased to matter. When the world became unrecoverable, he preserved what he could and left. That is not cowardice. The War Master's expression hardened. Calling it cowardice is how fools convince themselves the enemy has no teeth. The officer bowed his head. As you say, my war master. Abaddon dismissed him with a glance. Cordus waited until the warrior had gone. You respect him? No. The answer came too quickly for misunderstanding. I understand him. That distinction mattered more. Abaddon returned his attention to the tactical archives. Preserve every recovered record concerning the pylons, battlefield auspex, sorceress reports from before the nullfield, telemetry from demon engines during suppression, Necron transmissions, Blackstone samples, interface fragments. Everything. Cordus looked toward the hololith. For study, for war. Abaddon magnified one of the final recordings from the surface. A pylon stood beneath artillery fire, Blackstone surfaces alive with faint internal luminescence as the immaterium retreated around it. The image ended when the will of eternity struck. The lesson was more valuable than the fortress world itself. Blackstone could wound the warp without touching it. Properly aligned, enough of it could silence sorcery, banish demons, and make even Drachnian recoil. That knowledge could not be allowed to remain alien. The Imperium had understood almost nothing of what stood beneath Cadia. The Necrons understood far more. Abaddon intended to remember that. Cadia's death was not an ending. It was an opening. The Crimson Path had not been forged for a single victory beneath a single sky. The fortress world had been one lock among many, ancient and stubborn, placed between the eye and the wider galaxy. Now it was broken. The immaterial pressure long constrained at the Cadian gate would find new routes. Systems that had believed themselves distant from the eye would learn what distance meant when the warp no longer respected maps. The War Master watched the planet split. He did not celebrate. Celebration was for men who believed victory was rare. Far beyond Cadia, beyond Imperial charts and the paths by which human ships dared cross the stars, Solemnace remained quiet. Trazyn awakened inside a body that had never stood upon the Elysian fields. The transfer completed with perfect clarity. No pain, no blood, no damaged systems screaming for repair. One moment his consciousness had occupied the collapsing geometry beneath Cadia. The next it resided inside a pristine surrogate in a gallery whose air had not moved in millennia. He opened his eyes. Green light reflected from infinity. Solemnace stretched around him in ordered impossibility. Galleries descended beyond conventional distance, linked by dimensional corridors, translation vaults and spaces larger inside than the celestial bodies that housed them. Civilizations stood preserved beneath perfect illumination. Armies remained frozen at the moment Trazyn had chosen to represent them. Extinct predators crouched eternally above prey they would never finish killing. Starship fragments hovered in reconstruction chambers. Weapons rested beside plaques containing histories their original owners had never known. Warriors taken from battles across millions of years remained exactly as he had left them, unaware that epochs had passed beyond their stasis fields. Nothing screamed, nothing burned, nothing changed unless Trazyn desired it. After Cadia, the silence felt medicinal. A cryptek awaited him beside the arrival plinth. Transfer complete, Lord. I had noticed. Damage to the recovered assets is extensive. Trazyn began walking. The cryptek followed. They passed through a gallery containing reconstructed architecture from a human civilization dead before the Imperium absorbed the system where its ruins had been found. Trazyn did not look at it. His attention remained upon the inventory losses unfolding through his engrams. The list offended him. Several exhibits deployed onto Cadia had returned incomplete. Others had not returned at all. An Imperial artillery formation preserved through 7,000 years of museum maintenance now existed only as fragmented records, because Black Legion bombardment had destroyed the deployment aperture while the specimens remained active. A collection of Xeno's infantry from a polity extinguished during a forgotten crusade had lost nearly a fifth of its surviving members. One warrior had returned without half its cranial structure. Another had been captured in the act of dying, only for the damaged tesseract root to preserve the wound without the surrounding context. Trazyn stopped before the specimen. The alien stood frozen in a field of pale green light. Half the torso had been opened by a bolter explosion. Internal organs unfamiliar to human anatomy protruded through the wound. One arm remained raised as though trying to shield a face that no longer existed. Unusable, Trazyn said. Reconstruction remains possible. Reconstruction is not restoration. The cryptech inclined his head. Trazyn continued. A lost Imperial regiment irritated him more. The men had survived long enough in his collection to witness the birth and extinction of dynasties beyond their comprehension. Then Abaddon's artillery had removed them in less than a minute. Thousands of years of preservation, seconds of destruction. Vandalism remained the correct word. Not all the acquisitions had been lost. The new gallery lay unfinished near one of Solemnace's deeper military collections. Trazyn entered through a black archway whose dimensions adjusted around him. Inside, the lighting had been designed to approximate Cadia beneath orbital fire. Ash hung motionless in the air. The broken section of trench had been recreated from recovered material. A torn Black Legion banner rose from one side, fabric frozen in an artificial wind. At the center stood a captured Terminator. Black and gold plate covered a massive frame caught in the middle of firing a combi bolter. One muzzle flash remained suspended before the weapon. 3 spent shell casings hung behind it. Blood droplets floated around the warrior's damaged shoulder, where a gorse strike had opened the armor before the tesseract field removed him from the battlefield. One droplet had begun stretching toward the ground and would remain in that shape until Trazyn decided otherwise. The warrior's helm faced forward. The eye of Horus stared into eternity. Trazyn walked around him once. Designation. The cryptech supplied the captured warrior's legion records and warband markings. Trazyn listened, but his attention remained elsewhere. The Terminator was valuable, historically relevant, well preserved, completely insufficient. The gallery had been arranged around an absence. The center of the display was too large for the warrior standing there. The plinth beneath him had been built for a broader stance. The environmental composition created sight lines designed to draw attention to a figure taller and more imposing than the captive. Even the broken banners around the scene angled inward toward empty space. Trazyn stood within that emptiness. He knew exactly who belonged there. Ezekiel Abaddon. The thought irritated him more on Solomus than it had on Cadia. Most acquisitions were exercises in patience. A lost artifact could be traced. A warrior could be intercepted. A relic could be recovered from a tomb, battlefield, vault, fortress or dynasty that had forgotten its value. Time was usually Trazyn's ally. Civilizations aged, defenses failed, owners died. Abaddon was different. He moved history around himself. That made him inconvenient. It also made him necessary. Trazyn turned toward the captured Terminator. He should be standing there. The cryptech understood the reference. The War Master. Yes. He resisted the labyrinth. He damaged the labyrinth. Several anchors were destroyed from outside the field. I am aware. The cryptech went silent. Trazyn began revising the problem. The Talon of Horus represented the first complication. Its power fields and physical strength made conventional restraint inadequate. Any future capture geometry would require redundant immobilization around the weapon arm, preferably before Abaddon understood that confinement had begun. Draconian was worse. The demon sword could damage Necron technology in ways ordinary matter could not. Direct disarmament risked the weapon itself, and Trazyn had no desire to acquire Abaddon while destroying one of the most historically significant artifacts associated with him. A proper display required both. The Black Legion was the third complication. Abaddon had escaped because he had planned for the destruction of external dimensional anchors before entering the trap. His warriors had obeyed, knowing the order would kill them. Trazyn had initially considered that devotion. He now understood it differently. Abaddon had spent them. That made isolation essential. No Terminator escorts, no Havoc firing solutions, no captains waiting beyond the labyrinth with demolition charges, and no mortal artillery formations capable of turning the entire site into molten debris simply because their master had ordered it. The next acquisition would require control over the battlefield before Abaddon understood a battlefield existed. Trazyn found the problem intellectually satisfying. That annoyed him further. "He will be acquired," he said. The cryptech looked toward the empty plinth. Eventually. Trazyn turned his skull. Was the qualifier necessary? No, Lord. Then omit it. The collector moved closer to the frozen Terminator. The warrior would remain here until the central piece arrived. If that required centuries, so be it. If it required millennia, the gallery would wait. Time had never defeated Trazyn. Elsewhere, time had become Abaddon's weapon. The Black Legion fleet turned from the corpse of Cadia. Warp translation became easier with every passing hour as the old barriers failed. Navigators throughout the surrounding regions saw routes twisting open where before there had been resistance, storms expanding across regions of the Immaterium once held at bay by mechanisms no human priest had understood. Abaddon stood within the observation chamber as the first distant distortions spread beyond Cadia. The eye had been contained. Now containment was failing. He thought briefly of Trazyn. The Necron would have preserved Cadia if given the choice. Not for the humans, not for the Imperium, for the pylons, the collection, the continuity of things the collector had decided deserved to remain. Abaddon had chosen the opposite. He had destroyed the world because preservation served his enemy. That difference was larger than hatred. Abaddon treated lives as ammunition because ammunition existed to be spent. Cultists, soldiers, champions, warlords, entire armies, all were meaningful only while they moved the long war forward. Their deaths were not tragedies. They were expenditures. Trazyn treated lives as artifacts because artifacts existed to be possessed. A warrior's consent mattered no more than the consent of a sword or banner. Men could be stolen from their wars, removed from their centuries, and awakened only when the collector required them. Their survival did not belong to them. Neither would have understood the other's cruelty as cruelty. That was perhaps the worst part. The Black Legion vessels moved toward the widening darkness. On Solemnus, Trazyn stood before the empty place reserved for the War Master. Neither believed himself defeated. Between them lay Cadia. The fortress world fractured beneath an atmosphere bleeding into the void. Armies had become layers of corpses beneath broken cities. Tanks burned inside ravines opened by planetary collapse. Necron bodies lay scattered among human remains, some still twitching beneath systems that would never receive repair commands. Men who had prayed to gods died beside men who had prayed to the Emperor. and the dead possessed exactly the same silence. Beyond the ruins, reality opened. The wound widened. Stars that had known the eye only as a distant horror would soon look into it directly. Civilizations that had never heard the name Abaddon would burn because of what he had done. Worlds whose populations had never known Trazyn existed might survive only because somewhere, in galleries beyond their comprehension, he had preserved fragments of species already gone. Neither monster cared whether those people understood. Abaddon watched the darkness ahead. Trazyn watched the empty plinth, and the galaxy between them began to tear.
Thank you, brothers and heretics, for tuning in tonight's Grimhammer video. I hope you guys enjoyed the lore and the fall of Cadia. As always, before I get going, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics and to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods, and check out the merch in the description below.
Brothers, the Emperor demands you ready for battle. Reinforce your war gear at Warhammer.store with fresh grimdark apparel, accessories, and collectibles worthy of any loyal servant of the Imperium or agent of chaos. New collections emerge from the warp regularly, with new designs constantly joining the armory. The Emperor protects. Lorehammer provides the gear. Gear up and join the crusade at Lorehammer.store.